Good morning. I am Terry Dennison, Georgia District Director for the U.S. Small Business Administration, and it's my pleasure to open today's National Small Business Week event here at the Georgia Tech Research Institute Conference Center. This year's theme for National Small Business Week is Dream Big, Start Small, and our vision for today's program is a take on that very theme. The greater economy, with all of its dynamics, trends, development projects, and innovation, set the stage for business opportunities for businesses of all sizes, including small business. Today is about connecting small businesses to what's going on in the larger economic landscape. To set the tone for today, we are very fortunate to have giving the featured remarks our Deputy Administrator for the U.S. Small Business Administration, Douglas Kramer. After his remarks, Deputy Administrator Kramer will be joined by a distinguished panel of economic and business development professionals who have their fingers on the pulse of the demographic and economic trends for an armchair conversation about what's on the horizon for Georgia and the Southeast region and the opportunities that this presents for small businesses. This afternoon, we will drill down even further with concurrent sessions on 3 areas that we feel are the hot spots in the Georgia and Southeastern economy: technology and innovation, the state's growing film and TV production industry, and international trade activity as it will be impacted by the Port of Savannah Harbor Deepening Project. I would be remiss in ending my remarks without a few thank yous. First, a very big thank you for the folks at Georgia Tech, Donna Ennis and Aisha Jones, for securing this great venue for us for today's event. Shelley Ward and the staff at the GTRI Conference Center for really working with us on setting up the logistics for today. And then, of course, there's the SBA Georgia-based crew. David Perry, who's our Georgia Deputy District Director, who really did the lion's share of bringing this project together from an idea to reality that you will experience today. Regional Communications Director Lola Kress and Mark Gibson with our Office of Field Operations for helping us get the word out about today's event. And then, of course, there's the Georgia District Office staff, many of whom you interacted with today to help you get to your seats and to check in. And for those who are back at the shop, so to speak, holding the fort down while we're here. Now to provide remarks on behalf of this year's presenting sponsor for National Small Business Week, Chase for Business, is Mr. Mike Pasilla, who is the CEO for Commerce Solutions, Consumer and Community Banking.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. My name is Mike Pasilla. I'm the CEO of Chase Commerce Solutions, which effectively is the division of JP Morgan Chase that runs all of the payments business across the United States for us. And I could not be more thrilled to be here as a representative of the organization. I am personally incredibly proud, as I am with all my distinguished Chase colleagues in the audience, to be the presenting sponsor of National Small Business Week in partnership with Small Business Administration. This week helps everyone shine a very appropriate light on millions of American small businesses, 4 million of which we personally serve at Chase, and millions of others that we'd like to get to know over time. We are joining the SBA at events all across the country, like this one here in Atlanta, to celebrate and to bring appropriate focus to business owners and to focus on tools and resources that they deserve. Chase's support of American small business is stronger than ever. Across the country, Chase serves over 4 million small businesses, American small businesses, including over 60,000 here in the state of Georgia. It's never been a numbers game for us, but we do like the combination of the scale that Chase brings to bear, the ongoing investment in technology, and our professional relationship management model that we think is a winning combination. We try very hard to make it easy for business owners to control and manage their finances so they can focus on what got them into business in the first place, and that is running and growing their respective businesses. In fact, we have some of Atlanta's best bankers here today that will share some special offers with you over the course of the day. Last fall, we launched a new brand, Chase for Business, and it was a very intentional brand, with the idea that we want to support the mission of being the bank for business. We took a hard look at the fact that we have all the financial services within JP Morgan Chase that business owners need: transaction accounts, cash management, lending, credit cards, payment processing. But we realized that we could improve on how all of those solutions, all those products work together. So our focus and our main focus has been bringing the parts of Chase together to make it easier for business owners to do business with us. Beyond banking, Chase is very focused on supporting the people and the organizations that support small business. That's why we are sponsoring National Business Week, and we have programs such as Small Business Forward that help fund nonprofit incubators and accelerators across the country. You can read more about both of those at chase.com/business. Here in Atlanta, JP Morgan Chase has a commitment to business and has for years. My job happens to be a global one. If you ask my wife, I spend too much time on the road, but that's another conversation. Because I am a millennial, as you can tell, I try to represent all of our customers. I will not relay that message back to her. We have focused on making sure that Atlanta and being a part of this program is so important to us, and that's why I'm proud JP Morgan Chase is here in a big way. Atlanta is one of the cities participating in our global initiative, our Global Cities Initiative, which is a joint program with the Brookings Institute that helps metro areas around the world take better advantage of their global commerce potential. We're actively working with the Metro Atlanta Chamber, and just today they released the Foreign Direct Investment Plan. Together, we are reaching out to small and minority-owned businesses so they also can become stronger importers and exporters. We're also supporting the Chamber's Atlanta Metro Export Challenge, where 38 local businesses have already received grants of $5,000 in the first round. And later this summer, those same business owners will have an opportunity, and these businesses range from small ice cream makers to a developer of a cancer detection technology. But those participants, the 38 of them, will have a chance to compete for an additional $35,000 of funding. So congratulations to the SBA and everyone in the business of small business. We're proud to be a partner to this organization. And as a presenting sponsor, particularly for this week, we take it to heart and we take it very seriously. Congratulations to all of you who own businesses or are considering starting one. From Chase, we applaud you. We thank you for making Atlanta, Georgia your home, and we thank you for the ingenuity, the innovation, and the model of hard work that we can all learn from over time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike, for those remarks and for also redefining what a millennial is. I take a lot of comfort in that, so thank you. Now it's my pleasure to bring up, to make remarks, and to formally introduce our Deputy Administrator, is my boss, our Chief for SBA in the Southeast region, Cassius Butts. Oh, oops, excuse me. Retake. Oh, I left it out. Oh, sorry. Actually, before Cassius comes up, we have the pleasure of having our Georgia 2016 Small Business Person of the Year, Catherine Downey with Cat Media. No chance.
Hi, everyone. So, being named the SBA Georgia Small Business Person of the Year is a huge, huge honor, and I'm deeply grateful for this award and the recognition that comes with it. I just got back from Washington, D.C., and had a wonderful time at the Smithsonian and the Centers for Peace. I met the administrator, Maria Contreras-Sweet, who's just amazing. You saw her just a few minutes ago on videotape, and got to meet Mark Cuban and swim with the sharks for just a minute, so that was kind of fun. Before I talk about my story, I would like to personally thank the Georgia District Office for all their help, and if there's any of you in the audience, would you please stand up? I know some of you are here. Come on. Georgia District Office, please stand up. Thank you. I started my company 28 years ago after my first child was born with nothing more than a legal pad and an answering machine. I didn't even have a desk. I worked at the kitchen table when my son slept, and I was an expert at advertising, and I was an award-winning writer and director and producer, but I didn't know anything about running a business. Entrepreneurs like me and many of you were really great at one thing, and that's why we went out on our own, but we're not necessarily great business people. So some of us struggle and flounder and often fail because we just don't have the tools and the knowledge base to run a business and grow a business. So that's why the SBA is so critical to small businesses. They provide the toolbox and all the tools you need to succeed, and of course, you have to have the vision and the hard work and the determination to use them. My involvement with the SBA started 16 years ago when I utilized SCORE to help me understand sales and how to get customers, which led me to apply for the GSA schedule. And from there, I enrolled in the Small Business Development Center's Fast Track program. And after graduating, was assisted in completing my 8A and encouraged in getting other certifications, such as women-owned business certifications, and getting involved with the Georgia Tech Procurement Center. During my 9 years as an 8A, I attended many classes and seminars held at the regional office, and I always walked away with some new piece of information that I could apply to my business. Every time I had a question about the FAR, which, by the way, will put you to sleep if you can't sleep at night, or a difficult situation, I always got reassuring guidance. And I'm sure many of them can tell you times that I called up hysterical, not knowing how to handle a situation, or a contracting officer, or a teaming partner, or what the heck did this acronym mean? And they were always there for me and calmed me down first and then talked to me about the issue. In early 2012, we utilized the SBDC again for strategic planning, and we really set some lofty 3-year goals. They were instrumental in encouraging us to protect our intellectual property. As an innovator and an entrepreneur, I had had many ideas stolen from me, borrowed from me, from other businesses. So the result of that was that we were patent pending on 3 technologies. In the fall of 2012, that's really when everything, all the strategic planning came together. We won our first huge contract with the FAA, followed by 8A wins with the CDC, and our largest contract to date with OPM. I knew I had to grow myself quickly because the person that starts a company with a legal pad and no desk isn't necessarily the person that can lead a $20 million or our goal of $50 million company. So I had to grow up as a business leader and a business person even faster than I was already growing. So I applied for and was accepted into the SBA Emerging Leaders Program and graduated as the class valedictorian in 2014. Through Emerging Leaders, I learned about the SBA 504 program, and I purchased a building, renovated and purchased a building, which is now our Atlanta headquarters. Each class, each step, led me to the next level. Without the SBA, there is no way I could have built my company from employing 2 people to employing 35 and engaging over 500 1099s. Sorry, I get emotional. From renting a small space where we were literally on top of each other to buying and renovating a 6,000 square foot headquarter building in Atlanta and opening and staffing a DC sales office. From being a small creative services company to expanded offerings of e-learning, training, program management, human resource management, marketing, and advertising, starting an entertainment division, which is in the process of producing a full-length feature film and a documentary, and launching our commercial division advertising agency. From going from gross revenues of under $500K to approaching $18 million this year. Each step of the way, the SBA has been there providing me with the tools I needed to be successful. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. The SBA is what makes small business work, and the Georgia District Office is really what helped my business work. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine, and shame on me for almost skipping over that story, because at the end of the day, you know, we could talk about our programs and the services that we offer, but when you have a business that has taken those resources and programs and put them into action, and then you see the results, that's really what our jobs is all about. So thank you, Catherine, for sharing that. Now, I would like to bring up SBA's leader for the 8 states of the Southeast region to introduce our featured speaker today, Cassius Butts.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. You know, this is a wonderful day. I'm so glad that we are all together this morning because this is a day that is not about really any one of us, it's about you. I first want to acknowledge, again, our Georgia District Office, Terry Dennison, David Perry, and the whole team. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Let them know how we feel this morning. I think I got here maybe 7:30, 8, somewhere around that time. There were some folks who were here, and they were just making certain that they were a part of this. You got here before the folks came here to turn on the lights. If you were here this morning, stand up. Let us see you. Come on, let's stand up. You were here this morning very early. Yes, Miss Carolyn, stand up. Let's stand. Who else? In the back, everybody stand up. In the back, there you go, stand up. You know, I want people to see you. And I want, where you go. Thank you. We want people to know that we are encouraged, we are excited, we are really looking forward to seeing the fruits of our labor because today has really been about you, and this is all about you today. But the best part about today is that we have an opportunity to say thank you from a national point of view. I had to first say to give a special thank you to Georgia Tech President Bud Peterson for hosting this national live event today. Let them know how much we appreciate being here this morning. Georgia Tech is recognized not only domestically but internationally for producing great entrepreneurs and providing a superb entrepreneurial ecosystem. We also would like to thank the National Small Business Week sponsors for making today possible as well, and of course, Donna Ennis, thank you so much. Thank you. You know, I often say it's no accident when things happen. They happen the way they're supposed to. And sometimes there's no accident while we're here in Region 4. We are very proud to say for this past fiscal year, we backed nearly $5 billion in loans to small business. But I tell you, it really didn't happen unless you heard exciting stories like Catherine's. In her remarks, I will tell you, Catherine, that you are one of our unsung heroes. She did not tell you that in 2014, she was a part of the Emerging Leaders Program, where she was the valedictorian. So when you have a CEO that comes back to continue to absorb the information the SBA has to offer, she is a true testament that when you put your effort where you want to be every single day and coming and letting us help you on the government side, you can actually be very happy with the fruits of your labor. Again, Catherine, thank you very much. Your story was so touching. Thank you. You know, today we're really excited because we have a very special guest with us today. And is important for me because we had an opportunity to witness small business happen, but our deputy administrator is here today to do this firsthand. And what I mean by that, this is an opportunity for you to get to know him a little bit better as well, too. I'm going to go right into some acknowledging who this great person is to us. The deputy administrator was confirmed by Senate to this position last June. Prior to that, he held a variety of positions in President Obama's administration, including 4 years in leadership at the White House. As Deputy Administrator, he is responsible for managing the agency and ensuring the efficient operation of its programs. He works to make sure that the agency fulfills its promise to support U.S. small businesses. Please help me, and please give him a warm Georgia Peach round of applause for our Deputy Administrator, Mr. Doug Kramer. Let him know. There you go.
Wow. I don't know what I have left to say anymore. I mean, we had the video, we had all the remarks already. I can't keep up with Catherine. I mean, that's just not fair to me. But I will do what I can. My name is Doug Kramer, and as introduced, I'm the Deputy Administrator for the U.S. Small Business Administration. On behalf of Administrator Contreras-Sweet and everybody who works at SBA, I'm very excited to be here. This is really our outside of D.C. kickoff of National Small Business Week. The administrator's doing an event in New York tonight. We both then go on from there, but Atlanta is our first stop. And as we think about why we do this, I want to spend just a minute and sort of touch on that at the top, because Catherine's story sort of exemplifies that very clearly. It's a great story, and there are a number of them throughout the country that are really the backbone of who we are and who our communities are, but each of them individually don't always get the attention that they need or deserve. And so in National Small Business Week, we try to galvanize through the media, through events like this, those stories to remind people about the power of small business. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. It also provides an opportunity for us at SBA to talk about what we do and to amplify that in a focused way. Because as I'll talk about in my remarks today, we do a whole lot of stuff, for lack of a better term. And we do it at an incredible scale. But we're not always out front on that. We're working through our partners in the banks and our partners that run investment and venture capital funds and our partners that in the federal government that give out contracts or give out research and development grants. And so you don't always see us out front doing that and may not understand all the support that is out there available to all of you who are looking to start a small business. So that's a bit of what I'm going to talk about today. Before I do that, I want to join everybody else in thanking our hosts here at Georgia Tech. This is a great room, a great facility for them to give us. I feel like we could launch a space shuttle from in here or something, the way this is all set up for. Thanks for sharing that. And also to our everybody in our local office, but specifically to Terry and David and Cassius on the regional level, who have just provided extraordinary leadership and results here in Georgia and in the entire region for our small businesses. And then I want to congratulate Catherine for her win this year as Georgia's Small Business Person of the Year. I think as she made clear more than I ever could, it was a richly deserved award to her. So thanks to all of you for your participation in today's events and your contribution. And I want to start then with Catherine, because that's what we need to do. As much as I will end up talking about SBA and what we do, what this week is all about is the entrepreneurs whose innovations and persistence literally make us the envy of the world. In this role, I do get to travel around internationally a bit, talk to people who try to do this work in other countries, and they are desperate to figure out the secret recipe that we have for our entrepreneurship and small business culture, because they're trying to replicate it, and they can't. Because it's not just a series of policies, it's not just something the government can do, it's built into our society and our country, and all we do is try to give it the support and bring it out. For example, I think entrepreneurs are probably the greatest source of social mobility in America today. Some of America's greatest companies were founded by people who held steady 9-to-5 jobs or in between jobs that they didn't care about too much, but dreamt about spending their days doing what they truly loved. And some of us were able to go to college because our parents started a gas station or a corner store. Some of you may be doing a lot of that same thing right now. Maybe you've launched an e-commerce business or a local moving company with a truck and a couple of people with some strong backs. That's what entrepreneurship can offer you. If you want to stop dreaming and start doing, you first have to make the commitment that you will be investing your own labor, your own mental health at times, and your own money, but please come talk to us at the SBA, because for reasons that we will talk about throughout this day, I think there are a number of things that we're doing that can help make that dream possible for all of you. We have offices in communities across the country, staffed with dedicated professionals who have done this work and understand this work, who are willing to help, able to help through services that are completely free. Whether you need help writing a business plan, finding research funding to take your dream and get it to a proof of concept stage and then market viability, or accessing the credit you need merely to make that first down payment on getting your business on the ground, that's what SBA is here for. And that's how we came up very easily then with the theme for this week in National Small Business Week, Dream Big and Start Small. It's more than a tagline. It really is the American story. You can look back in our history and see the homesteaders who went out west with no foundation, no idea what they were going to do, but they had this idea that they would have the opportunity to carve a way of life for themselves and their families. It's the wartime wives and the Rosie the Riveters who started out in a very patriotic step of working in World War II and then found out that they could create profitable businesses out of that experience. And it's the determination of a number of African American innovators who overcame discrimination to pioneer advancements in agricultural chemistry, performing the first successful open heart surgery, and even creating the first home computer. And today, as a demonstration as how that is so woven into who we are in the American experience, I find it so fascinating that entrepreneurship has even taken over our popular culture. You know, you see books and movies all the time about entrepreneurs, whether it's Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg or Silicon Valley on HBO, which if any of you watch is both wonderful and terrifying at the same time, which is a very apt portrayal of what it's like to start a small business. And I was taken yesterday when we were at the National Awards ceremony in Washington, and Mark Cuban was speaking. And he pointed out that Shark Tank is the #1 rated show in the country for families to watch together. Think about that. It's not SpongeBob. It's not some singing competition. It's entrepreneurs talking about starting a business, a viable business, being challenged on where they're going to find sales and all of that, that families come together and watch and talk about. That's not happening in any other country in the world. And I'm surprised it's happening even in the United States, that something that substantive, something that sort of like weighty, is the sort of thing that families sit down and watch together. So that is how firmly taken the entrepreneurial experience, the small business adventure is in the American story. So, entrepreneurship allows us to provide something of value to society, in addition to what we get for ourselves. But it does provide a better future for ourselves and the people we love. If you succeed, you'll become a business owner. But you'll also become a pillar of your community in a much greater extent than almost any other type of business. Because local small businesses are the ones that sponsor Little League baseball teams. They donate profits to the local PTA or in-kind services. They plant trees along Main Street. They invest in the future of their neighborhoods and bring people together in the communities that all of us call home. Small businesses, and these are facts, donate more of their funds to nonprofit and charitable organizations than other businesses. And you also find that more of the money you spend in a small business ends up staying in that local community. People have a misconception, in addition to these sort of small things we do around communities, but people have a misconception that it's really, though, the big corporations that keep the engine of American enterprise and the American economy going and keep America the strongest economy in the world, but it's not necessarily the case. As we've already talked about a bit this morning, it's actually small businesses that comprise, in the aggregate, the largest single engine in the American economy. You find them on Main Street, you find them in our malls, and you're finding them more and more all the time online. No greater an authority than Federal Reserve Chair Janet Yellen has said that it was small businesses that powered our recovery after the Great Recession. They create 2 out of every 3 net new jobs. They employ half of America's private sector workforce. And they produce close to half of the private goods, or the goods and services that make up the United States economy. Today, we're here to celebrate their contributions and their importance, the importance of people like Catherine Downey, who started Cap Media back in 1997, as she explained. And after years of work and sacrifice, she built it into a company that's been recognized by Inc. 500 as one of the fastest growing private companies in America for 2 years, right? It's not easy to, you usually have a spurt and you grow and then you're off the list. So to grow that quickly for 2 years is quite an accomplishment. She has a successful local business now, as she explained, but she also gives back to those who are coming behind her, not only by sharing her story today, but also by contributing to Georgia's Small Business Development Center, where she sits on the local state advisory board to make sure that other people have the advantage to get the same sort of counseling that she got. She's certainly paying it back. And SBA has helped to create stories like this in every zip code in America, and I want to make sure that you all have a sense of the different resources that are available to you. I'm going to run through these pretty quickly so as not to bore you too much, but I want to make sure that everybody is aware of the variety of services that we offer. One of the benefits I have in being deputy administrator is I get to see all the good that the agency does. Not all of this will be relevant to each of you, but if there's something new you haven't heard about before and you're interested about, make sure you take the opportunity today to find out about them. And I've got to sort of put out there too, it may not be the first instinct, although all of you decided to come here today, but it's not the first instinct of most people in entrepreneurship to think that the place they need to go is to the federal government. But if you take a deeper look, I think you'll be surprised to see the options you have. I mean, I should say, SBA is not an oversight agency. We don't regulate. We don't do enforcement. If you don't want anything to do with the Small Business Administration starting your business, that is your complete right and ability to do. You don't need any license from us to open a small business in the United States. But as Catherine's already made clear in very clear ways, there are a couple billion reasons why that might not be a good idea. We work behind the scenes, as I said before, really to create an ecosystem for small business growth and development, and we've done that for more than 60 years. And as the video demonstrated before, most of the really iconic brands in the United States today grew through some help from the Small Business Administration, whether it's Tesla or Apple or Qualcomm, FedEx, Nike, and thousands more. We put a thumb on the scale to make sure small businesses who otherwise might have environmental challenges to success can be successful in starting the new enterprise. One of the first ways that happens is overcoming the challenge that many small businesses have in obtaining the capital they need to start their business. That's why we partner with banks to help them make small business loans they otherwise might be a little bit reticent about making. We assume for SBA loans the downside risk of about 50 to 85% of a potential default so that they will be willing to make that loan. When President Obama took office back in 2009, the economy was losing about 800,000 jobs a month. But what we've seen after the economy stabilized and through the work of small businesses is we've had 73 straight months of job creation. And SBA-backed business loans have supported 4.5 million jobs. Last year alone, we guaranteed 69,000 loans to American small businesses, totaling more than $28 billion. And although those are records by a pretty good clip for SBA, we're not happy with where that is right now because we want to make sure banks have the incentives to make small dollar loans and really hitting at those early stage small businesses who need that money desperately. The job market bounced back. Conventional credit to small business hasn't completely. We're only at about 83% of its pre-recession levels, which is a $58 billion gap. So at SBA, what we've done is we're trying to fill that gap, especially in small loans. So we've eliminated fees. We've automated our loan application process for the guarantee to make sure it's easier for more banks to get that guarantee and get money flowing to small businesses. We've added new microlenders. We've created new relationships with community banks and minority-owned institutions to improve our network to make sure that we are reaching those folks in communities that were previously underserved by SBA loans and the banks that partner with us. But once small businesses have the capital they need, we also help them gain access to the largest customer in the world. Because as soon as you turn on your lights in your business, the next thing you need is to find a customer, and there's no bigger customer in the world than Uncle Sam. So by statute, federal agencies are required to spend about 23% of their spend with small and medium-sized businesses. But that doesn't mean that it was happening every year. And there were several years, there almost decades, where the federal government was falling short in that regard. I'm happy to say that over the last 3 years, we've hit and now far exceeded that number. And last year, we did about 25.7% of spending throughout the federal government with small businesses. In terms you all might find a little bit easier to comprehend, even though it's still pretty incomprehensible, that was $91 billion in spending that went specifically to small businesses through the federal government in their procurement process. We also have programs, as Catherine talked about, to make sure that we're providing preferred access to those federal government contracting opportunities to businesses owned by women or service-disabled veterans and Americans from disadvantaged backgrounds. It takes more than just a great idea to start your small business, it also takes execution. And so at the SBA, we tap into a network of people who help provide the know-how in local communities, along with our in-house experts, to make sure that you have the counseling and strategic advice you need to start your business. And we've done that to more than 1 million small business people every year. We do it through our small business development centers, through women's business centers, veteran outreach centers, and SBA district offices. You can find all of those resources and the ones closest to you on the SBA website at sba.gov. We also work with seasoned executives through the SCORE program. They mentor small businesses in more than 800 different locations throughout the country. We have a Boots to Business program that this fall will have trained our 50,000th departing veteran who's leaving the service and transitioning back home, and giving them the tools they need to start a business if that's what they want to do for themselves. One of the ones I'm excited about, and President Obama announced in his State of the Union address this year, was the Startup in a Day initiative, which is challenging state and local jurisdictions to amend their processes so that a small business owner can walk into a city building in the morning and walk out at the end of the day with every permit and license they need to start their business. When I suggest this one, thank you. I mean, this is one of those, when I mention this to foreign leaders, they have no concept what I'm talking about. They have no way to comprehend that sort of system. And there are even some mayors and state officials in the United States that we called up and said, hey, are you ready to take the Startup in a Day pledge? And they're like, no, we're not ready to do anything close to that. But I'm happy to say here in Atlanta has taken the Startup in a Day pledge and has also received one of our $50,000 grants. I think we only did 6 or 7 of them nationwide. $50,000 grant to help them get in that direction. So we hope that Atlanta is really going to be a leader not only in making this pledge, but following through to make sure that small businesses in this area can get up and going right away. As I mentioned before, we have our Small Business Innovation Research, the SBIR program, which makes sure that any federal government agency that receives or is budgeted research and development funds has to take a certain amount of those funds and dedicate them to small businesses so they're not going to the same large corporations all the time. Every year, we provide about $2.5 billion in seed funds to provide those small businesses that are doing innovative, creative things. We help them take their idea to concept and then learn how to commercialize them. We sponsor more than 130 high-tech incubators around the country so that people can find support for their businesses that way. And importantly, we have licensed and leveraged more than 300 investment funds. This comes a little bit later for small businesses, but it's very important, that specialize in providing venture capital specifically to small businesses. Our holdings in these funds currently amount to more than $26 billion. It's a lot of money that's been activated to make sure that small and growing businesses can get to that equity event they need in their growth arc to go from a really small business to the opportunity of becoming a huge one. So these are a lot of ways that we can help you help yourselves. If anything I just rattled off, you're probably a little exhausted. I'm very exhausted. If anything that I just rattled off sounds like it is appropriate for you or someone you know, identify someone that stood up in the room before, go to our website, and let us know. Let me be clear, though. The success of your small business will depend upon you. We can't build Catherine. We've tried. The labs always screw it up one way or the other. So we run a large government agency, and we run it at very large scale. We know at the end of the day, we can't make you a success. And we're also not the cause of your failure. That's going to be on you. But what we do, and our whole philosophy, is to make sure that you have all the support you need along the way. One of the things we like to talk about with small businesses is that one of the major differences is what could be a fatal event for a small business is something that for a large business just sort of puts out a timeline for 6 weeks, or is a little bit of a rounding error on a budgetary item. But even small events, we talked about cybersecurity in DC yesterday, events that often cost a small business $20,000 on average. Those events can totally ruin your small business if you don't have an ecosystem there to provide the support when those gaps in what you're doing arise. So whether it's linking you with a bank ready to do business with you, whether it's providing you with information and education that you need to answer questions that you have, or exposing you to a big customer that's motivated and incentivized to work with you, that's what SBA does. And we're hoping to provide that opportunity for every single entrepreneur who's willing to take that risk. So So that's where we get to today. That's where we're encouraging all of you to dream big and start small, and to be a difference maker in our economy and in your communities. So thank you. That's the view from 10,000 feet from Washington, whatever you want to call it. What I think we're going to do now is transition, because we've brought some people from across the local sort of economic small business sector and ecosystem to talk specifically about what's going on in this region, and I'm going to lead them in a discussion. So I'm going to invite them up to the stage at this point, and we'll transition into all of that. But thank you for your time and attention this morning. Okay, so I've done a very lengthy introduction to this, so I think I can just sort of jump into a conversation with our group up here. What I think we will, the only ground rule I will put out is I will try to avoid the abstract and the theoretical, and try to keep everybody on a very practical path. As we talk about opportunities that are coming up, you get to be theoretical. I mean, you're the Fed, so you get to do that. That's sort of your job. But everybody else, I want to talk about specific opportunities that people see, specific concerns, and drive the conversation in that direction. And so I will provide a very quick introduction of each of the 5 panelists, let them talk a little bit about themselves, and then as a way of introduction, I'll give them each a question to start with. And that would be, in just a couple of sentences, or as long as you want to go, what is the #1 most exciting thing going on in this region right now, the opportunity right now that you think is something people should be aware of if they're not already? So let me start with Jeff Patterson, who is the district director for the local SBDC, the Small Business Development Center that's located over at Georgia State. Jeff is someone who has an extensive history in the financial services industry, including working at several community banks in the area. So I'll just let Jeff talk a little bit about himself and then answer my question.
Yeah, well, I've been at the SBDC for about 3 years now. Happy to be there. Meet a lot of interesting people. The SBDC, if you don't know, at least here in Georgia, we have 17 offices throughout the state, and we do toe-to-toe, nose-to-nose consulting. We are university-based here. I'm not sure about throughout the rest of the United States, but you will find an office, an SBDC office throughout the United States. We teach the adult learners at night. Or during the day. We do workshops to help, but our sweet spot is to help small businesses like yours grow, and that could be wherever your pain point is. So access to capital is kind of my niche. I'm an old banker, so I speak bankerese. But we do a lot of work with small businesses, and the most exciting thing that I think is happening here in Atlanta, outside of the film industry and a little expansion, I know.
You can't chew up all of them as an aside.
that's
You just
true.
got
All right, so
to choose one and leave some for the other 4.
I'm going to go back all the way up to the headwaters here. I think there's a lot of synergy and excitement going on here in Atlanta with our women entrepreneurs, and we want to get behind that. We do a lot of work in that space at my office, so we're excited about that.
I've got to enforce the rules earlier. I lose
sorry.
control of the whole thing.
I get excited.
So next I'm going to turn to Art Slotkin. Art is the director of the SCORE chapter here in Atlanta, and I'll let him talk a little bit about what that is for those of you that aren't already aware of the services they provide. But Art sort of exemplifies what SCORE is, because Art worked for 34 years in the computer services industry, most significantly for SAIC, and has now been with SCORE since he retired, helping other folks sort of learn the ways to start a small business. So Art, do you want to talk a little bit about what SCORE does, and then give me your idea of what you think the best opportunity is in the area right now?
SCORE happens to be the best kept secret that the SBA has, because we provide services to clients across the country. We have about 10,000 volunteers. I am a volunteer. I have retired twice. My third job is a volunteer job. I hope I don't fail that one too. But we in SCORE are people who provide free or low-cost services to our clients. We work as a resource partner of the SBA. We are located, for example, here in Atlanta. I'm responsible for the state of Georgia. We have about 20 offices in Georgia in 6 chapters. But here in downtown Atlanta, as an example, we are in the SBA's office, and across the country, we are located in many of the SBA offices. Georgia, about 25% of our clients are, or actually 30% of our clients are actually brought to us by the SBA. We provide free mentoring, that is counseling to either existing business owners or people who want to be small business owners. We provide free or low-cost workshops, seminars. We provide online webinars that are all free. We have online templates that are all free. But the most important thing we do is I like to talk about the results. Last fiscal year, we follow the government fiscal year. The efforts of SCORE volunteers created 65,000 new jobs in the United States. And primarily free services. And 53,000 new companies, new small companies in 1 year alone. So what we do is we help small businesses. We're all volunteers. We have a couple of volunteers here. We have, why don't you stand? Eureka Jones is the chair of the Dr. Jones is the chair of the Middle Georgia chapter of SCORE, Macon and Warner Robins. And is the he's a volunteer office manager for the downtown branch, and he's the chair-elect for the Atlanta chapter of SCORE. So we have lots of volunteers in Georgia, about 175, 10,000 nationwide.
So next we're going to turn to Lee Baker, who is from the AARP of Georgia, an organization obviously with a very large organization even in Georgia, I think more than 1 million members here. Also helpful because he has a background prior to this working as a financial planner, and I think ran his own firm, so has I think some background understanding the challenges of being a small business owner. And so Lee, if you want to talk a little bit about what AARP does in this space or any other thoughts.
Absolutely. So I've been on the job with AARP as state president for about 1.5 months, 2 months. And I've not had the opportunity yet to make my way across the entirety of Georgia, but as many of you are aware, AARP is simply huge. As it relates to small businesses, focus, quite frankly, is on what we describe as encore entrepreneurs. The focus of AARP is those citizens across the country and across America who are 50 plus, and there's a lot of advantages there, and I won't go too deeply into that. But as Doug said, my background is that of a certified financial planner, and I am still in business, and quite frankly work with a lot of small businesses from a client perspective, and so it provides unique insight. We've got people who work closely with Ms. Ennis, who have gone through the program, developed well, and similar stories to Catherine. One of the things that I'd like to say, it's important when you have these opportunities, conferences come about, that you look at all of these organizations as great resources. You may not know on an individual basis who you should pick up the phone and call, but I guarantee you that if you reach out to the SBA, AARP, SCORE, all of us would be more than happy to help, because there's a saying that a rising tide lifts all ships, and that's absolutely true.
And then next is Tisha Tallman, who's from the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest chapters, I think, of Hispanic chambers in the country, who among the other services they provide, specifically provide business and leadership development and other sort of opportunities for small businesses. So Tisha, welcome. And if you want to talk a little bit about what the Georgia Hispanic Chamber does.
Having us. Is this loud enough? Okay. We are the 4th largest Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in the nation, with over 1,300 members, which I think sometimes astounds people given the fact that we're still considered a Southeast, but our infrastructure has existed since either a lucky guess or extreme foresight on the part of our founders, but nonetheless, we're a strong infrastructure that has thrived during the Great Recession. We do service Hispanic-owned businesses. We also service non-Hispanic-owned businesses who are interested in working in the Hispanic market or being linked up with the Hispanic market. And we also do international and domestic programming. So I'm very excited to be here, and I thank you about our members. There are so many exciting things going on right now, and instead of focusing on an industry that might have some opportunities, I want to focus on an area that's important to our community and certainly our state and our country, and that's leadership. Anyone following the politics of this particular presidential race, we can see that there is a gap in leadership generally. Specifically for our community, the Hispanic community, we have an extreme leadership gap. While we lead in economic contribution, given our numbers, we're the 6th Hispanic market in the nation and the 4th fastest growing in the lag behind on the leadership aspects. There's only one Georgia General Assembly member. There are only 4 judges out of 1,400 across the entire state. So we recognize that leadership void, and we truly believe that the leaders in our business community are going to drive leadership in our community, specifically in the Hispanic community and in the broader community. And as we continue to be one of the fastest growing entrepreneurial segments, as well as one of the fastest growing populations in general, we really do need to step up and fill those leadership voids. So we're focusing on leadership that stems from the business community, works on leadership skills within their particular industry, but then also gives a call to lead for the betterment of all of us. And leadership in this country is going to be driven by business owners.
Very good. Thanks so much. So just to set the table, and I'll get to you a second, Todd, but I want to set up everything here. So, of the 5 members of the panel, the way we sort of look at this, we've got the SBDC and SCORE chapters, which are sort of closely ingrained, with SBA in our programming, outreach partners that help us do all of that. But you can't help but do that, as I think a couple of them mentioned, without getting into the other community organizations that are out there working with different segments, because the small business area sort of goes through all of that. So we have the diversity of that by the Hispanic Chamber and the AARP. And then we have Todd here, who's from the Federal Reserve. So he is, what are you, Todd? You're Vice President in the Research Department at the Federal Reserve Bank here in Atlanta, which means Todd can then sort of give us the long-term view, and probably even a short-term view, about what the Fed thinks is happening in the economy, what the environment is like, what existing small businesses should be prepared to think about over the next few years, and what people who might get into business want to do. So it just, again, I probably should have set it up at the beginning, but I think we have folks from at least 3 very distinct different backgrounds that I think will lend to a good conversation here. So Todd, if you want to talk a little bit about what you're up to.
Sure, thank you so much can you all hear me? Okay, great. Todd Green, Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, and many of you know that the Fed is responsible for our nation's monetary policy, so something that most impacts most impacts small businesses. The group that I am responsible for at the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, and we look across the 6 southeastern states, we focus on Main Street issues. So my group focuses on issues like small business and entrepreneurship, housing, neighborhood revitalization, and light issues, for example. We also look at issues like workforce development and human capital, segments of the population who may have some. Then we also look at finance issues. So we have a broad portfolio about how we're addressing things, but specifically within the context of small business, look at a couple of things. We work with organizations, try to understand where their challenges are with respect to. also look to take information back. So to hear from you and to hear from people like Terry and Cassius, who have done an incredible job of sharing with us some of those challenges related to small business. So we in turn can take that back in consideration policies that we're responsible for developing. But the one issue that I think that I would just really want to, it's an opportunity that I think is really incredible. So we had a lot of lack of investment around fantastic opportunities for small businesses. The airport is going to get over $6 billion worth of investment. So if you are not trying to figure out opportunities that are associated with the Atlanta airport, one of the largest economic engines in the Southeast, I would encourage you to do that. I know we're on videotape, or on live tape rather, and so in New Orleans, they also have a very large infrastructure project through the airport. There are so many different opportunities there, so I'll just leave it at that I think that's one right in this region.
Well, and you left it at that right before you would have taken I'm going to answer my own question as well, but I think what's going on in Savannah with the port over there, which I know there's a session on that this afternoon, is a huge opportunity. And I think one of the things I've found since I've been in this position is I know that I did not completely understand and respect the role that global supply chains run by very large manufacturers and very large companies, provide just great opportunities for small businesses. And so as I look at what's happening over at Savannah and all the increased trade and just the operations and everything else, I can't help but think that there will be, in the same way you talked about the airport, there will be more than enough to go around and a number of opportunities that, a lot of small businesses would sort of write it off because, oh, that's such a big thing, I don't play in that space. But the variety of different opportunities you find with big infrastructure projects like that provides a really good opportunity. So Todd, I'm also going to pivot off of something else you said to go to the first general question, and I'll sort of pitch this to Jeff and to Art, but then anybody else can sort of jump in. And that is getting a sense of the environment right now coming out of the recession, okay? On the one hand, there are certain standards that have recovered. The stock market looks promising, the employment numbers look promising, but there are still a lot of other indicators that are lagging. Some on income and wages, some other reports out there. The Washington Post this weekend ran a story on how not all housing markets have sort of come back after the recession. So with what you all are seeing, Jeff and Art, in the people that you're counseling and the way that you might compare what you think folks are doing now, whether it's small businesses or banks or whatever, compared to pre-recession or now, on the one hand, do you think the environment's back? Do you think the environment's changed? What do you think the lasting impact of the Great Recession is for people who either are trying to start or have a small business?
I think the general consensus of the folks we see, they're cautiously optimistic. Credit is coming back. The access to capital is coming back. I think we're dealing, though, with a lot smarter client now. I think they look around. They look around and see the environment a little bit wiser now, if you will. And we've come through, and those businesses that have survived are fit now. They're lean, they're efficient. So I think we're poised for a good stretch here to see our entrepreneurs grow.
We're similarly, we're seeing optimism, but if you look at a micro point of view, the state of Georgia is growing. If you look at a macro point of view, the state's growing. A micro point of view, there are depressed areas of the state. For example, in Columbus, the cutback of the Army by 29% caused a significant impact on the small business. Nevertheless, we're seeing an increase in the number of clients. We're also seeing quite a few coming out of the military, as Georgia is very heavily involved in the military, and both the Boots to Business program and in Columbus we had a warrior transition program. Warriors, and we're seeing a lot of soldiers going through those programs. So overall, our services are up by about 3% this year, and quite a bit of optimism as a result of the improving economy. I think Georgia is doing about 50% better than the rest of the country. We're growing at what, 3%? We're better off in Georgia.
Todd, I think it's a.
Yeah, so just to reflect on that from a national perspective, still seeing some weakness in the small business. Small firms are really just still recovering from the recession. Small firms really took it on the chin during the recession. Look at employment, thank you. When we look at employment levels, at the height of the recession, this is mid-2009, small firms lost about 11% of their employees, whereas larger firms lost around 7%. Larger firms have recovered and have experienced gains. Small firms are still lagging, so there are opportunities there. The other challenge is we're seeing fewer firm starts. So very fewer firms are starting, and that is actually hurting the economic development, economic opportunity for our country. So here's the good news. Profitability is up. The firms that we engage have reported that they are more profitable. And revenue growth is up. And, we keep hearing about this financial picture about access to credit. And by and large, we are finding that firms are obtaining credit. Small firms are obtaining credit. And shout out to Donna and Aisha, my former Georgia Tech colleagues. So I know that wasn't part of the program, but I got to do it.
I can address that too, Doug.
Yeah, go ahead.
From a chamber perspective, one of the things that was so incredibly important for us to consult with our members about during the Great Recession was flexibility. So we had a heavy end of construction companies, and of course Georgia was hit the most hardest hit because of the construction industry recession. So we had construction industry folks, and we also had IT folks. So of course the IT folks were really thriving during that. Have an incredible amount of growth post-recession as well, and there's some of the really high-growing industries. On the construction side, the flexibility became incredible. Because there wasn't work in some areas, folks were going into consulting. We had some individuals, because of their countries of origin, because of their proficiency in more than one language, were able to go to places like Panama, where there was construction going on. So we had some flexibility with the membership being. But then we have the flexibility from the standpoint. During the Great Recession, there were opportunities still in the federal government with recovery and reinvestment, but there weren't at the state level. So those who were certified and had the ability to work with the federal government were finding their opportunities there. Now some of that is coming back on the state level. So flexibility has been kind of the key to our membership in various industries. So while some folks weren't able to survive in, for example, the construction industry during the Great Recession, some folks held on to what they could given their position, are now back to a more stable. But we certainly have seen a lot of businesses go, and some businesses thrive based on making adjustments within their company.
Lee, I'm going to turn to you with a question next. I might actually suggest we switch. Put you in a
side.
seat where you're looking out this way, and then we put the microphone over there. Now that we're all up here, I think we realize, but I think you've got it. So Lee, let me ask you this. We find a lot with small business and small business formation that it often does take a community of people or a group of people in some places where it happens better than others. And that's why I think you see sort of this incubator movement where you have small businesses side by side sort of rubbing off on each other. And so I'm going to put this question to you, but Tisha also I'm sure has a lot to say about this, because on the one hand, we have found that different immigrant communities in the United States have a level of entrepreneurship that exceeds the average. and you get communities where that happens, and it certainly is the case with a lot of Hispanic communities. As AARP is trying to now do that with Encore entrepreneurs and create opportunities for that, what is AARP doing? What are you seeing that is working for Encore entrepreneurs, folks who need that sort of support or push to do that? What's the environment like for that?
Yeah, I think the environment is pretty healthy. We've done partnerships both with the SBA, with SCORE, ART. We've done teletown halls where we reach out to, again, here in the state of Georgia, more than 1 million members, those people with SCORE, and provide opportunities that you might not normally have. Where if you said, hey, listen, I want to talk to a quote unquote expert, you've got the opportunity, dial into the phone, ask those questions that you might not normally have the access to, so that if you're wondering about where you can go to get funding, get some ideas about different things, we're making that available to people. One of the things that I'd like to touch on, and again, disclaimer, I'm a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech, so I love this place, is you mentioned the term ecosystem. Getting into a healthy ecosystem is vital to your survival. And I don't want any of you out there to make your ecosystem too narrow. Okay? Don't make it too narrow. Now, I want to make sure that we understand and explain the difference between saying, hey, I've got a narrow focus in terms of the market or whatever type of business you're in, but realize that the person you're sitting next to, who might be in a totally different field, can help you thrive in your business. Don't be shy. We're going to pick on Donna again. Go up to Donna. If you have not met Donna, take the opportunity. Donna may be here until about 10 o'clock tonight, but I want all of you to go up to her, introduce yourself, and make it available, because there are people here and resources that can help you get where you need. So it's incredibly important that we do that. And so from an AARP perspective, we're going to continue to work with these different groups. Again, Jeff and I were talking earlier about some of our shared history, because there are those times where we go through things like the Great Recession. It was particularly hard on banking and finance, you know, and so he lived through it. I lived through it in my house. My wife worked in the banking environment. But you make those connections. Background in commercial lending, doesn't matter what kind of business you are, at some point you want to talk to a guy like Jeff. And so the experience that he brings in that area is vital. And so before we got up here on stage, we talked about ways that we can continue to work together and do more things together. And so that's incredibly important, and don't miss this opportunity.
Certainly from a macroeconomic level, you know, the American population is aging. There will be more older Americans and all that. Have you found specific areas where Encore entrepreneurs have taken advantage of that sort of macro opportunity, and areas where they seem to be getting more traction than other areas, or anything like that?
I'd say at an anecdotal level, it is interesting that there are aging entrepreneurs taking advantage of the fact that we are aging. Okay? You know, there's a great quote by Wayne Gretzky that says something to the effect of, good hockey players skate to where the puck is, great hockey players skate to where the puck is going to be. There are some simple things from a demographic standpoint that tell you where opportunities are going to be. There was a war about 70 years ago. Folk came home from the war, celebrated, and then we had a whole bunch of kids. Those kids have grown up, their hair has gotten gray, they're beginning to retire. There's opportunity there. You've got millions upon millions of people that have spent the last 40 plus years in the work environment. What are those people going to do? We've not seen that in this country before, not at this sort of magnitude, okay? We are living longer. You know, I think about my mother, who was born in 1915. She passed away in 2010. That population of people that are growing and living to be 90 and 100 years old is huge. Well, what does that mean? We talk to people all the time about caregiving. We need more people who are professional caregivers, because we've got a much larger population that's aging. Experience firsthand the ravages of dementia and Alzheimer's. Again, growing population. It's increasing across all demographics. Interestingly enough, I read some research that indicates the incidence of Alzheimer's is higher in the African American and Latino population. Also, oddly, even though it's diagnosed later in the disease process, it tends to indicate that you live longer in this disease cycle. Well, what does it mean? You've got a large population of people who are being engaged and in many instances ravaged by a disease that are living longer. What are the possibilities to interact? And so there's a lot of work and a lot of opportunity, but again, one of the things we're seeing, if it's transportation of seniors, if it's caregiving, those sorts of things, it's a huge opportunity there that will only continue to expand for at least the next 20 years.
Let me just say one thing to dovetail off of what you just said. We see a lot of, well, we all know that boomers are transferring trillions of dollars, right, to someone else. But I think a little research we did showed that majority of those trillions of dollars are in small businesses. So they're going to sell their small businesses. So again, those are mostly what we find is happening boomer to boomer. So these guys have those skills that you talked about they've learned, and then they have a little bit of capital on the side, and they know that they're going to take control of their own destiny, really. So there's opportunities there. Boomer to boomer and selling of businesses is a big niche, I think.
Very good. Art, did you?
Our perspective is a little bit different because our average client is in their 30s. In the state of Georgia, for example, our clients tend to be, well, 71% of our clients are minorities, Hispanic and Asian and African Americans. So we're seeing a younger cohort, if you will. We're also seeing people who are primarily going into the services businesses, and about 2/3 of our clients are pure startups, third being existing. We're starting, or we're not starting, we see the growth of small business, the growth of services businesses, and one of the most exciting things for me, being a Georgia Tech engineer, is we're seeing a lot of technology startups. We're seeing more of that in Atlanta than we are elsewhere in the state. Quite a growth of our client base across the state.
Good. And a take on that, Tisha, you want to talk specifically about in the Hispanic community, what are the unique sort of challenges or opportunities you think those folks give to each other?
Right. Well, let me start with a little piece of data. 2015, there was a report that came out that Georgia, along with 6 other South Atlantic states, up the second largest division of Hispanic-owned businesses of 963,000 Hispanic-owned businesses. They broke those down into 2 categories. The largest category of the Hispanic-owned businesses were 3rd generation or greater. The second largest category were immigrants, not U.S. born, had been in the country for 10 years or more and prefer to speak Spanish. Incredibly significant who we service and who our membership is. So there, in the Hispanic immigrant environment in particular, there are opportunities, and some of the impediments are generally for Hispanic entrepreneurs as well as immigrant Hispanic entrepreneurs. But let's talk about some of the opportunities first. Naturally, with the demographic shift in this part of the region, and in Georgia in particular, with the rise, the exponential rise of our Hispanic, certainly opportunities to growing segment, right? The demographic shift, there are opportunities. There are also opportunities with the global environment because we're increasingly doing business with other countries, and as Latin America continues focal point, and President Obama had most recently made it a focal point with future trade opportunities. The more opportunities that open up in South America, Latin America, the more opportunities there will be for our members who are proficient in Spanish culture, who that might be their country of origin, to do business in the global arena. But there are also quite a few impediments. Resources is a huge impediment. Struggle to be able to provide the information and resources to our members that are necessary fighting against this fast growth that's happening. And like I said before, our economic contribution is kind of leading everything else. So we're trying to get resources as fast as possible, and SBA and SBDC and SCORE have been amazing partnerships in that, and indeed we can't service without these amazing taken upon himself to come and do some in-house consulting with our members, and is constantly full, and helped with some of our outreach on radio but we also face other impediments. There was a struggle in the city of Atlanta that has recently been resolved under the leadership of Caesar Mitchell, where Hispanic entrepreneurs weren't allowed to bid on certain contracts through minority business entrepreneurship, even though it was a legal mandate. So there are those types of legal impediments that have also impacted our Hispanic business community. There are also laws in various jurisdictions that have impeded individuals from getting business licenses because of immigration status. So while we continue to have this increase in demographics and this increased opportunity for individuals like our Hispanic immigrant entrepreneurs, there continue to be impediments legally and resource-wise that kind of slow down that inevitable growth that we're seeing.
Very good. So I want to switch the subject here a bit and go to another sort of important issue that I think is over the next 10 years will start to be even more important to small businesses, and that is the idea of exporting. I don't think a lot of small businesses get into the business thinking that they're going to create a small business that prioritizes exporting. But I think we're seeing more and more all the time that small businesses are doing that earlier than they expected, and we're seeing evidence that supports this is not sort of a flash in the pan. I'd suggest the Trans-Pacific Partnership deal that's now being considered by Congress for the first time as a small and medium-sized enterprise chapter to it. We know that 98% of all American businesses that export are small businesses. And I always just like to think about it this way. Who would have imagined, even 10 years ago, but definitely 20 years ago, that a small business would be able to plug in immediately to a marketing tool like Google that goes around the world, or Facebook, or plug into a payment system like PayPal that would allow them to get payment from anywhere in the world, let alone sort of the shipping systems like FedEx and UPS that get their services out there. And when you think what a business needs to export, there's all of that infrastructure that's been built up on open platforms that any small business can use. And I still like the anecdote. Last year's National Small Business of the Year, which just lost its crown yesterday, I guess, when we named the new one, was Missouri Star Quilt Company, which is a quilting company out of Missouri. And it's hard to imagine something that is more localized and less prone to exporting than that. But they had a couple of millennial children who came back and saw that their mother was this great quilter. They put her on YouTube. She got popular around the world, and they do all this business overseas, shipping to 70 countries or so. So there are very good anecdotes. There's a lot of evidence out there suggesting this really is the wave for small businesses, and these opportunities are not just fictional. But I'd like, from all of your perspectives, to talk about what your experience has been. Have you seen that this is a real opportunity that's bearing fruit for folks? And if so, how do you go about sort of best positioning yourself to take advantage of that opportunity? So,
Jointly with the SBDC SCORE Export Workshop, out of the SBA office downtown, and we're seeing a number of small businesses that are doing export business, even if they don't intend to do export business. What's happening is because when you set up a website, now have access to the whole world. And your website, you have to be careful about the name you choose, because there are other countries where people are using similar names, and all of the technology that is available to you exposes you to the whole world. So there is increasing amount of small businesses that are doing exporting when they might not have intended. And then there are other businesses that are, in fact, starting up with the export as their primary focus.
Our research shows that if you're doing business just locally, doing your thing, you can get about a 20% lift in your sales by going global, and that's pretty significant, particularly in the past recession months that we've come through. So the other thing to remember is the SBDC, at least here in Georgia, has a whole division of guys that know kind of where the rocks in the road are, so to speak, doing business overseas. So we've got 3 or 4 people in that division, so they're happy to help anytime. Give us a call.
So Jeff, I sensed in the room when you said a 20% lift to your small business, there was excitement. So when you say go global, what do you think that the practical things mean to make sure that you're online with international access, or are there other sort of steps that need to be taken to make sure that you can ship and receive payment overseas?
Well, obviously you need to do that. There's, again, I'm not an expert in that field, but just doing business, knowing where to do business, I think is the main thing. When I have engaged the international guys that we have, they know where to go, what partners are overseas that will not take advantage of you, so to speak. So just knowing who the players are and who to call is a huge advantage.
Very good. Thanks.
It's extremely viable, and we've had plenty of members, in particular in the IT industry, that export their services. And we've had some, some start here, go to Latin America, some start in Latin America, open up an office here. That's an industry that's incredibly viable to export your service. And we do see offices in various places. Law firms are doing the same thing. We have a law firm in Mexico that works here, and they work there, and it's just extremely viable for the small businesses. It's not extreme, depending upon the industry, capital intensive, and there are amazing amount of resources surrounding it. We do have one individual within our membership who's an expert who goes to Metro Atlanta Chamber and Georgia Chamber, and of course speaks at our chamber as well, who does import-exports. He's a broker and has a facility right by the airport. And we have a number of businesses that work out of the port and have large number of containers going in and out with their Latin food distribution business. So incredibly viable. You just have to connect up with the right resources. And of course, as Art stated here, SCORE is an amazing resource, but there are plenty of experts within the business community that can point you in the right direction.
A mentor would work good there too. I mean, again, just logistically, how to get stuff to the port, off the port, on the ship, to the other side. So find yourself a mentor that's already doing work in that space, and they'll help you. So.
I also want to highlight something you said in that it's a bit counterintuitive, where you said, it's not particularly capital intensive to do it. I think a lot of people get overwhelmed by the whole idea of, well, going international is this whole other thing, and that's a big leap, and I'm not ready to do it. I mean, you've leapt, if I'm using the right past tense of the verb there, all you need to do informing your business and get up and running, and the marginal cost, and I've heard this time and time again, the marginal cost of just targeting international sales, of doing that, is not that big of an effort, even though it opens up so much of a greater market that way. So any other thoughts on exporting? Anything folks want to share?
I'd just toss out that even if you are not thinking about exporting a particular product or importing a particular product, think about opportunities to, again, I don't want to overuse it, but be a part of that ecosystem. So as we deepen the port in Savannah, we're going to have ships coming in. Once they get off of the ships, how do you get whatever product it is from the ship here to Atlanta? So I've done some work with someone who is focused on trucking. Trucks are going to have to back up down in Savannah. They're going to load those containers and get them up here to Atlanta. So there's opportunities, again, if it's logistics, you have to be involved in logistics to go global. So maybe, again, it's not products, but you're an expert in supply chain. Okay, so there's opportunities there, but look at those opportunities and see where you fit in.
And I'll just speak to this, that remember, I think just to provide a little bit of balance here, that exporting certainly adds to the marginal revenue, and it is something that should be pursued, the vast number of businesses probably aren't going to be in that situation. We have an incredible market here, and I do know that our economy is performing currently a lot better than most other economies globally. So diversifying and thinking about not being dependent upon a particular country. So for example, if you were dependent upon Brazil, if you exported a lot of your product to Brazil, then you might be in a bit of trouble at the moment because that economy is suffering. So we have a lot more stability here. There's a lot more volatility abroad. So this isn't a suggestion that you shouldn't do it, that perhaps you should think about diversifying your eggs.
That's definitely good advice. Let me, because of, and I think Art, maybe you mentioned this before, because we are here and this is a regional conversation, and we talked a little bit about the very heavy presence of, military work in the state and a number of veterans that are in the state. I want to take at least a couple of minutes to talk about that. We're seeing it's a very important initiative for the federal government right now to make sure that that transition happens well for veterans. I mentioned before that sometime this fall we'll hit 50,000 veterans that have gone through our Boots to Business training program. So again, from on the ground and experiences that you all have had, when it comes to working with veterans, helping them find opportunities or the particular sort of advantage on the one hand that they provide or unique challenges that they may have, I'd be interested to hear from any of you that are sort of working directly with folks in this area, any lessons you've learned from that. We are just starting to collect some data on the follow-on studies from Boots to Business, and what we found so far has been pretty encouraging about their ultimate success in forming businesses, and we're trying to figure out why that happens. So I'd be interested to hear from all of you about what any experiences you have had in those areas.
As I mentioned earlier, we had both Boots to Business and a program we called the Warrior Transition Program. And the Warrior Transition Program was for wounded warriors at Fort Benning, and we provided a training of a 5-session training at no cost to the wounded warriors. And that program, thank God, has ended because the number of wounded warriors has diminished. But when we work with the military, we see a lot of new startups, both from the Officer Corps and the Enlisted Corps. I was just rummaging through our database yesterday to see what clients have talked to us last week, and one of them was a soldier who's getting out of Fort Benning. He's already contacted another company that he wants to be offer a service, and he came to SCORE to get expertise in how to start his company. The service people, when they get out of service, they tend to disperse across the country. So we have difficulty following them as an individual, where other clients, they'll stay locally. But we do follow them as much as we can, and they end up working with other SCORE chapters around the country. But we've had great success both in Savannah and at Fort Benning and at the areas offering Boots to Business. Our Atlanta chapter that didn't participate in Boots to Business is now starting up a program for veterans of their own. And we have a new chapter up in Gainesville, and the American Legion would like to have us do a program for veterans. So there's a great interest in doing this, and the people with the military experience make good small business owners.
Let me speak to that too. There's a couple of things. We've already mentioned the leadership gap. I think what we find is when our veterans come back, they got that covered. The other thing is the execution piece. They can execute. So it's a real easy task for us to help coach those guys. So we and gals, we like the veterans and have some successes there.
As Art mentioned, and when I was talking about our sort of exit studies, you hit on one of our challenges exactly. Where we do the training for Boots to Business is usually still when they, before they have transitioned, they transition out everywhere and may lose that tie, that connection. Any thoughts other than using our existing sort of SCORE network and SBDC network? Any thoughts or experiences on that, or just make sure that they're plugged in, not just Boots Business, but they learn about SCORE, they learn about SBDCs. And
Yeah,
how to find
we try to give them contacts in their local community because we have 800 locations around the country. We have people in most locations. And we also do email mentoring, and increasing. Email is decreasing and Skype is increasing. So we are contacting these people, trying to stay in touch and offer them services. I could give you some anecdotal experience. I was at a meeting and in walks in an officer in leagues, and it turns out he's getting out of the Army. He's an Army doctor. He wants to learn how to start a business. And we're seeing those kinds of experiences, as well as a young sergeant who's getting out and wants to start a service business.
Okay, great. So we're getting towards the end of our time here, so I'm going to put one more question out and force all of you to answer it, whether you want or not. This might be somewhat in the spirit of, this week is the Kentucky Derby, so although we're not condoning betting, there's a little bit of that in the air, and we also cannot take any responsibility for any advice that's given here if you follow up on that advice and lose all your money. So with those disclaimers, I'll ask you this. If you were starting your own business in the next month, based on what you see, because I think we've got a pretty good view of folks up here who see the landscape regionally and see all the different things that are going on. If you were given, $50,000, $100,000 and told, go start a small business and make as much money as you can with this, what sort of industry, what sort of business, what sort of opportunity would you think you would walk straight to and start knocking on doors to make that happen in this region right now? Todd already said the airport, so I'm taking that offline. Unless he's got specific ideas at the airport that need businesses. But since I surprised all of you with that, I'll take volunteers before I start putting you through the ringer. Yeah, Tisha.
So maybe I can. I'm gonna be like a famous politician. I'm not gonna answer that question. I'm gonna answer a different question.
That's like all politicians.
Yeah.
That's all politicians, by the way. Yeah.
Nature of the beast.
So just there are three things that I definitely want to leave you with that are on our minds at the Fed. One, and I used to be a small business owner, but managing cash flow, that has shown up as the number one concern of running a small business. I think that is going to continue to be an issue. So I would just make sure that it's one thing to know your product and to produce it well. It's another thing to manage your cash flow. So I definitely brush up on that. The other kind of aspect that we're beginning to get a better understanding on in some of our surveys is online lending. So we're seeing a prevalence in online lending. Our surveys are telling us that business owners are not very happy with that as opposed to other types of lending with respect to the terms, the repayment terms, as well as the interest rate. So I think this is a big trend as a small business. A lot of small and new businesses are turning to that at an increasing level, but having some level of understanding about what that really means. Quick and easy doesn't always mean the long-term best thing. And then the last thing is that this is true of smaller businesses and regardless of the age. When we look at this, it's the personal financial well-being of the business owner. So making sure it's very much connected to the success of your business, your ability to obtain credit. So when we see a lot of shocks that we've seen in our economy, particularly in some of our communities where unemployment is 40 and 50%, then having that wherewithal to withstand that on our personal balance sheets and how we continue to manage through these shocks is really going to be very critical to our own ability to be successful as a small business owner. So I know that wasn't a specific
That's all
small
very
business,
helpful.
but
Very
those are
helpful
three things from
perspective.
the Fed. Thank you.
Are you any other horse, or you're sticking with the airport? Do you also want to do that as well?
$6 to $8 billion is
Yeah,
a lot of money.
It's
I
a
think
pretty big
I'm gonna
horse.
I'm going to
So,
stick with that.
Tisha, I think you had an answer.
Yeah, I think the entertainment industry, it continues to boom. There are a lot of incentives being provided by economic development agencies in order to continue to bring those opportunities here. We're, in fact, our annual gala that's going to be in a few weeks, that is our focus, the entertainment industry. So I think just kind of a immediate opportunity, quick turnaround on investment. There's incredible amount of opportunity, specifically right here in the state of Georgia. But I also want to note kind of a longer, more sustainable approach would be anything that you have an expertise in. Oh, I tell people every day there's always opportunity for talent in this country. And if you've got the talent combined with the passion and the expertise, sky's the limit. There is a huge opportunity in this country for creativity and innovation, and we see it every single day.
Art?
To follow up on my colleague from the Fed, I won't answer that question, but I'll answer another question, which is, no matter what business you're starting or in, use technology. If you're not connected to the internet, if you don't use social media, if you don't know what WhatsApp is, if you don't use Facebook, you're nowhere. You've got to start using technology. So every business, whether it's a barbershop or a restaurant or a high-tech business, you've got to get on technology, and it's not difficult. You can start with the SBDC or SCORE. We will help you. We have workshops, but do it.
Great, thanks.
Quick answer there. You got to hang out where your customers are hanging out. That's the beauty of social media. If I had some money to invest, I would go to those where the lines are blurred a little bit with tech and medical. We've seen a big success. I mean, we're all getting older. You already said that. So we've seen a big success with a couple of our guys that kind of got out in the gray areas of both of those and made some good strides. Their patents are pending. They're going to make these devices that really work, that help us be more mobile. So that's where I'd put my money.
Great, thanks. Lee, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, let me thank Todd for the unpaid commercial. Make sure that you find somebody you can work with that'll help you get your money right. But that having been said, I'm right there where if I were to invent something or think of a place where I'd go, I'd want to go to the intersection of technology and aging. Okay? Because again, here in Atlanta, we talk about ecosystems, and again, yeah, I'm a Georgia Tech nerd, but again, lots of opportunity, lots of support from a technological perspective, experience, tools, if it's manufacturing, printing, 3D printing, those sorts of things. But look at opportunities and try to find that intersection of technology and aging. Again, I think things in that area will be absolutely huge again for the next several decades.
Well, good. Well, with that, I think we're going to draw this part to a close. I think the whole purpose of this morning is to sort of, talk about, the gospel of small business and sort of set you out to the world to remind people of its importance, remind people about the resources out there. And I think this conversation has done a very good job of demonstrating the way in which that is a very active, ongoing thing in this region right now. So hopefully, out of the great contributions we had from these panelists, you got at least a handful of ideas that will allow you to change the way you're doing things, or to go out and start something in a new way. So my thanks to all of you for your participation here today, because I think it's something that was hopefully rewarding for everybody. So please join me in a round of applause. Before I turn back over, we did intentionally avoid, I very much wanted to ask questions about, the Savannah Harbor I mentioned before, and the entertainment industry, which seems to be working here in a way that it's not a lot of states were chasing that money. And Georgia's about the only one, and then Vancouver, I think, that made it work. So I this is an unfinished story because I avoided those because I think there'll be very good conversations on those and other subjects this afternoon. So,
Thank you, Deputy Administrator Kramer. What a great panel. Do y'all agree? And I actually could not have scripted those last few comments better to prepare us for this afternoon, because we're getting ready to head into the afternoon sessions. As hopefully you all know, we have 3 concurrent breakouts, one on expanded exporting opportunities as a result of the Savannah Harbor project. We've got someone here from the Port Authority to speak on that, as well as Rick Martin from the Georgia SBDC, and a great panel he's put together. We have a terrific panel on innovation and how to take your product from concept to commercialization. And Kevin Mobley, who's one of our great 8A firms, I don't know where Kevin is, Ian Thomas Group has helped us assemble an incredible cast of experts in this area that will tell you step by step how you do that and even where the money's going to come from. And then finally, and this will take place in this room, Judithia Pearson with the Georgia Small Business Development Center is become an expert on doing business with the motion picture industry. And she's going to lead a training and then a panel discussion on that. So as I said, the motion picture industry breakout will take place here. In room B and C, which is right next door, the technology commercialization breakout, and then in room A, which is right behind where you registered this morning, that will be the exporting group, the exporting training. For those of you who are in export or innovation, when you pick up your lunch, you can take it in and sit down and eat it there. For those of you who are in here, you cannot bring your lunches in here, unfortunately. So you'll have to find a place out in the hallway to eat, and then we'll reassemble here as soon as everybody can grab a lunch. Everybody got a yellow card when you came in. We have plenty of lunches, don't worry about it. We did that just so we wouldn't have a riot over food. So please go get a lunch, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in the breakouts this afternoon.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you as well.
Man.
We'll be sure to stay in touch.
Please do.
Welcome to Small Business Opportunities in Film and Entertainment. I believe the class was billed as Hollywood of the South, and as we kind of progress through the program today, anyone who hasn't kept up with the activities and events over the last 3 to 5 years in the film industry here in Georgia, you'll definitely understand why we call it Hollywood of the South. I will do a nice intro for you all to catch everyone up to speed on what the landscape looks like here in the state of Georgia. Even though we're talking about film primarily, I am incorporating music, TV, and digital in this discussion. And I have 3 panelists that will be joining us in the second part of this. And we kind of get the band together because we get together quite a bit for panels like this. And some of them have been to Athens with me in UGA, and some go all over Atlanta with me. So this is a smaller portion of our panelist group, but they are very well respected, very versed in their individual areas of expertise. Once I kind of go through the overview, I'm going to let each of them introduce themselves for about a minute or two, tell you who they are, what they're up to in the industry, and that'll frame the discussion because you'll actually have the opportunity to speak to them and ask questions and get clarification on anything it is that you need clarification on. So I want to frame the conversation, again, with the activity in Georgia, with the 4 areas that we're talking about: film, TV, music, digital media. Digital media also includes gaming, for those of you who don't know. But digital media also encompasses the platforms now that we consume content. So that's anything with a screen. Think of it that way. This is a flyer that I do have some copies of today. So if you would like to take some with you, I'll take them out and put them out before you go, and you can grab one. You can also grab business cards and brochures about the Small Business Development Center and what it is that we do. My name is Judithia Pearson. I've been with the SBDC for almost 4 years now. And the area of expertise that I focus on is film and entertainment businesses, or what we call entertainment adjacent businesses. All of my clients are not creatives. Some of them, like Nelson, who you'll meet shortly, they're suppliers to creatives and to production companies. And so we want to make sure we cover the scope of business opportunities available in this market and beyond. Outside of entertainment adjacent companies, like all SBDC consultants, I do see clients outside of this industry. About 50% of my clients are trucking companies, and they have assisted living homes and all kinds of businesses, you name it. So what I found is that we also in the SBDC had to learn how to retool some of our consulting skills and offerings and tailor it to this market. The entertainment and entertainment adjacent companies, they run businesses just like any other industry, but it's very important to understand the nuances of those businesses. We heard the word earlier in a couple of the sessions about ecosystems. The film industry, music, TV, digital media, they are very much their own little ecosystems. They're oftentimes very self-contained with subject matter experts and suppliers and content creators, and then what we call above the line people who tend to work with the same groups of people quite frequently because they build relationships. You can almost think of them as covenant relationships. It's very important that the players that are a part of the ecosystem, that they each know what they're doing. Anybody who's ever been on a production set knows that incompetence, errors, mistakes can be quite costly. Jim can speak to that in a minute when he talks about what he does in the market. But with this flyer, I have some fiscal year 2015 statistics up here, and I'm gonna break them down a little bit. For film and television production shot in Georgia, we've calculated that number at about 248 unique different productions. And then we've got a direct spend of $1.7 billion, which translates into an economic impact of over $6 billion. How many of you have heard those stats? The 6 billion, 6.1. I will tell you, when I first started with the SBDC in 2013, that number was something, well, I started in 2012. In 2013, when I really started looking at this market, that number was something like 3 billion. In 3 years, that number in economic impact has doubled to over 6 billion. That's a big, huge, huge deal. And what's spurring all of this activity? Primarily, it's the Georgia television, film, television, and digital media tax credit. How many of you are familiar with that tax credit already? Basically, we're going to go through some of the steps of what the production incentives are, but there are incentives for production companies to shoot here in Georgia that translate to savings on these production budgets, bottom line. And the beauty of those tax credits is they are resellable on the market. I think right now it's about 85 cents on the dollar for Georgia taxpayers that can benefit from that tax credit, perhaps being held by a production company that doesn't file taxes in the state of Georgia. They don't have a direct need for it, but another taxpayer may. So that's the beauty of what the tax credit is starting to promote, or significantly promoting already in the state of Georgia. One thing I want to jump ahead with is next year, we've already heard a lot of talk about there being a music tax credit. It's quite similar to this film, television, and digital media one. I think that is a perfect setup and a perfect storm for many, many more opportunities in what we call a creative economy here in Georgia. So keep your eyes and ears out for more information on the music tax credit that'll be introduced, I believe, next year in 2017. So I gave you fiscal year 2015 numbers for those industries, but I just wanted you all to see a little bit of 2014, which breaks down the numbers a little bit more with all the creative economies in Georgia. So those would be some that I didn't even specifically talk about. So if you look up here, it'll give you the breakdown by jobs, wages, the number of people self-employed, the total earnings, the revenue, and then you see that $48 billion economic impact. That's why in the opening session, you heard about entertainment being one of the trending industries that you really need to pay attention to, and there's so many opportunities for you to be part of it if your company has goods and services that would make sense in terms of creating value for this ecosystem. So here's the breakdown of the tax credit. It starts at a 20% break on the tax credit for qualified expenses for a production budget. The minimum budget has to be $500,000 in a calendar year. That could be a combination of projects or a single project, but the budget has to be at a minimum of $500,000. Of that money spent in the state of Georgia, they can get 20% tax credit on that. If you've ever been to the movies and at the end of the project you stay and watch the credits, and at the very end you see the peach, it means that that project was filmed in Georgia, and for productions that put that peach at the end of that project, they get 30%. It's another 10% uplift. So now they've moved from 20% to 30% just by helping to promote Georgia in the industry, and it works quite well. Very few films have I seen in the last year that haven't had, maybe because I'm going to see the movies that were shot here, I don't know, but very few don't have that peach at the end. And now my children wait very patiently when we go to the movie theaters, and they wait for the peach, and they know why mommy is sitting there watching all the credit. I also look for clients sometimes in the credits just to, you know, get that extra rush to see that they're doing some great, amazing things. They get to see the fruit of their labor. And so I like to just really pay attention to what's going on in the market professionally with people I know, people I want to get to know, people I've heard about, and just watching their names scroll is quite fulfilling. Now you see this 40% hanging out there. You heard a little bit about Savannah and Chatham County earlier. Unless something has changed in very recent weeks, they have used some of their own local dollars to add another 10% on top of the 30% for productions that shoot in their locality. That's awesome. I think they do have a time limit on it. When I first heard about this additional 10%, they were doing that to promote workforce development in the Savannah and Chatham County area, and also to kind of create their own branding messaging and their own ecosystem or cluster. And I'm going to talk a little bit about film and entertainment clusters in a moment when we start to talk about business opportunities to be on the lookout for, or to actually go in and create for yourself if you've been paying a lot of attention to the market. So there are 4 C's that we're going to probably talk about in and out of this discussion that I want to frame and outline for you. They are content, cash flow, craft, and corporate vehicles. So for people who kind of are on the outside looking in wondering, I don't even understand how this industry works, how the business works. I was looking at a Jay Leno clip about a week ago, and it was a flashback to a Prince interview that he had done. And they were talking about, at the time, Mariah Carey striking this $20 million deal with her record label, and Prince must have made a face. And Jay said, "What?" And Prince was like, "Oh, you're feeling that? You think $20 million is a big deal?" And they go through this discussion, and I found it quite interesting when Jay Leno said, "I don't understand how that works. I don't understand the music industry, so forgive me if I'm coming across as ignorant, but 20 million sounded like a good deal to me." I'm not going to go through the detail of that. Definitely go Google it. It's quite interesting interview to hear Prince break down the mathematics of royalties and so forth for the music industry. But a lot of people in certain aspects of the entertainment industry don't always understand every aspect of it. So it's really important to understand that target marketing, who you're trying to go after in terms of supplying your goods and services. Is it a good fit for them? How does it work for you? Is it win-win? Those are the kind of things at the SBDC we try to make sure we discuss with established businesses and larger companies who are already successful at what they're doing, but they want to expand their target market into something entertainment adjacent. So those are the kind of discussions that we have to make sure that they understand, is this going to be an easy retooling and crossover for you? Or is this something that's so different you're going to have to make quite a bit of an investment in building capability and capacity and so forth? So let's start with content. Most of us get it. Content is the stuff that we consume, that we pay for, that we engage in through all those different media forms that I talked about: film, TV, music. Back in the day, I'm not going to date myself, but I remember my uncles having 8 tracks that stood in the corner. We had cassettes and albums, 45s and 33s, and then we kind of moved over into CDs. Yeah, I said cassettes, and then we moved over into CDs, and now the thing is streaming and downloading, and you know, we're in a very digital age. But that content is the same. It's how do we get our product, which is the music, the TV show, the movie, the game, how do we get it to market? And so when we're talking about that content cycle, someone has to create it, someone is developing it further. Maybe if Wendy and I have an opportunity during our panel time, I got a chance to sit in on some development meetings with her team a couple of months ago, which was quite fascinating to see how much time and energy and investment is just put into development. Those are the things that consumers never see that part. That's why now I have a whole new appreciation when I hear industry experts and professionals and different people talk about development hell. So, because it's a process between creation and getting it to market. Well, just even producing it and then getting it to market. After that development, which in my particular slide, my development includes production for some other reasons for when I'm consulting with my clients. And the production process is the actual making of it. Is it studio time for the song that's being created? Is it being on set for the film that's being produced? I think you all call it principal photography?
Principal photography.
So the time that it's actually being shot and filmed, not the post-production, which could be part of that. But I'm trying to think of 2 or 3 case studies that I was walking some clients through recently. Bessie, do you all remember Queen Latifah's project, Bessie? How many of you know it took 22 years to make that movie? 22 years to make that movie. Some things move quite swiftly. Some things sit on the shelf. We got to come back to it, you know, for whatever reason. And that story is another fascinating story. They won what? What kind of award did they win for that?
A Primetime Emmy.
They won a Primetime Emmy, so it's well worth the wait. But that's an example of something being in the development process for a very long time. So for this slide, We're talking about the development in terms of the business planning and execution, the production, the post-production, just getting it made. Once we do that, it has to show somewhere. Every movie that's made, every TV show that's produced doesn't see the light of day. Those that are, in 2016, we don't consume them on the same type of platforms we did not even 5 or 10 years ago. So it used to be a time when getting a movie made, the goal was to get it into a theater. And then we started hearing about stuff called straight to DVD. Now we hear stuff about Netflix originals. Give me some more. Amazon, Hulu. That's more of a platform, right? Like Apple TV kind of thing. But the distribution process is quite diverse now. It's not just you go to a movie theater and you have a window of time when it's going to be in the theater, which if we're looking at the ecosystem of businesses, movie theaters, several of them are still alive and well, several of them are not. It's kind of like when Netflix, I believe it was, came on the scene, what happened with Blockbuster. You have to figure out, does it make sense to stay in the same format, the same location that we were 25 years ago? And we had a heyday, we had a golden age. But do you have to learn how to twist and pivot and be nimble? I would say in a very innovative age. Daniel Pink calls this the age of synthesis and the age of design. It's a very creative age that we're in right now. And it's still being driven by the information highway. So you've got this digital age meeting a very creative age. It means that you've got to be flexible. It means that you can't be resistant to change. Change is gonna happen with or without you. And the more innovative and nimble that you are in your business processes, your target marketing, the development of your goods and services, it makes sense. Can we remain a movie theater, or do we need to create another platform? I was having a discussion about Walt Disney acquiring a little, I don't know how little it would be considered now, but Maker Studios. If anybody's into the digital media landscape, Maker Studios started off as a YouTube network, and I believe Disney bought it for $500 million. These were some really young millennials. I don't even know if they were using the term millennials when they started this company a few years ago. But they started these web series with YouTube channels, and then they started acquiring other people's YouTube channels, being part of their network. And they just started building content and leveraging advertisement sales and a lot of really cool things that they did. They were running a company on YouTube and got bought by Walt Disney. I think that's absolutely amazing. That can only happen in a digital age where digital meets creativity. So as we move through this cycle of development to distribution, how are we going to consume the content? You've got publicity and you've got exhibition, you've got creation. This distribution piece though, most people think about the exhibition, they know where they want it to play, but they're not thinking about the distribution, the brokerage between that's where I want to play it, but is that where it's really gonna end up playing? That's a whole boot camp of classes sometimes, and actually we're working on a distribution class in the SBDC because distribution, wanting it on Netflix and Hulu or HBO or Showtime or ABC or any number of things that I could kind of give you a list of. Do you have the relationships? Is your product a good fit for that particular outlet's target market, their new direction if they've got a new target market strategy? Do they have a need for it? Is there a demand for more content? Do they already have a supplier in the pipeline totally filling that and you're gonna have to wait your turn for a little bit? Any number of factors go into how the distribution strategy and agreements determine whether or not there's going to be exhibition in the way that a creative or a production company sees that playing out. And we call that having projects in the can, and they just stay in the can. They're not being monetized. And I meet far too many filmmakers in that particular predicament. They've had projects completed in the can for 3 years, 5 years, some of them 10. Can you imagine if you had, this is just an exaggerated example, But can you imagine if there was a project finished in the can 15 years ago, maybe even 10? And let's just say you've got simple props in this content like a cell phone. What would that look like? Anybody remember, what was his name? He did Hollywood Shuffle, Robert Townsend. Do you remember the scene where the character gets out of prison, and he's been in prison since the 70s or 60s or something, and it's maybe like the 80s, and he put the clothes back on that he had on when he went into prison, those platforms with the goldfish in the heel? It's this example of an age gone by. So time is of the essence, which is why we spend a lot of time talking about distribution strategy. For production companies specifically and creatives, early on, it should be part of the business plan before principal photography ever starts. So that's just a little tidbit there of how we kind of get into the consulting with our clients. And so this cash flow cycle, let's talk about this for a second, because this is a really important segue into what we're talking about. Someone has to finance it, right? Where does the money come from? If I've got a budget, and maybe it's a lower budget, $50,000, $75,000, $100,000. If I'm the filmmaker, do I finance it myself? Or am I on the landscape of this business ecosystem and I bring in investors? Or is this investor like Spike Lee's first project? I believe it was his grandmother. So I'm sure that was, I don't know, she might have had some interest involved. It could have been a gift. But on today's landscape, is it money from family and friends? Is it your money, or is it other people's money? Once we start having a conversation about investors, that's a really strong financial game that we start to talk about, because it's important that they make their money back. Good business people, whether they're creatives or not, they figure out how to pay back their shareholders. That's important. So somebody puts the money into this project. Here's the piece that very many people are familiar with now, because we spend a lot of time in Georgia right now talking about workforce development, right? We read quite a bit in the local magazines and trade articles. We hear about it on the news all the time. We have quite a few of our educational and government entities rallying around workforce development. That's for the crews who get the projects made. And we'll go through a whole list of what some of the crews are, but that's hair, makeup, cinematographers, carpenters.
Dry cleaning?
Well, no, not dry cleaning. We're gonna come to them. Just the people who work on the set. And your average production in Georgia that's qualifying for the tax credit, especially your larger budgets, it's usually 100 to 200 people on set at any given time, which is why you'll hear terms like, how many crews deep is Georgia? Are there enough professionals for a full set to service how many productions? 30? If you've got 100 people on 30 different productions, is that where we still are? Has it moved up to we can service 80 at a time, 200 at a time? So when you hear those numbers for workforce development, that's what they're talking about. Do we have enough trained and qualified Georgia residents who can take advantage of the jobs that these productions bring to our state or develop in our state if they're already local? A lot of people get that piece. This is the piece that I'm most passionate about when we start talking about suppliers and vendors. It flies under the radar. So when Wendy was talking about dry cleaners, carpenters, car rental companies, I'm gonna give you 3 case studies to see how much money was spent in Georgia on a small, medium, and large production budget. And it might be mind-blowing to some of you, and it might just be, oh, I knew that, because I've been, keeping abreast of what's going on. But this is the important part about recycling these dollars in Georgia with our own companies. After the money goes out during production for crew, for suppliers, then we start spending money or making certain deals or having a cash transfer with distribution, exhibition, retailers. There's still no revenue made at this stage. The money is still going out of the production from that initial investment. The money starts to come back in as they get licensing agreements, as they get consumers buying the product, if it's a download, if it's an album, if it's whatever, if we're going into more live entertainment stuff, which is not the scope of this, but even stuff like concert tours and promotions, that kind of thing. A live performance is a type
of service or good that's delivered out there and consumed. So those ticket sales would be how that revenue stream is working. But until someone is going to consume it, or the broker in between, so if that's a network or if it's like a digital network, if they're gonna pay for the licensing windows or whatever, that's when the money is starting to be made. Not while you're doing the workforce development stuff with your crews, not while you're paying suppliers for the pizza, for the catering, for the cupcakes, for the Starbucks coffee, for the lumber and the timber, and you name it. We'll go through a list of what some of that stuff is. So really quickly, this craft to company spectrum. This is one of the target markets that the SBDC serves, people who've been working on these sets for years, especially if they're department heads and they see the invoices. And they start to see how much money I'm influencing someone to spend at this particular vendor location or in this particular shooting location. A lot of craft people figure out I could be running a company and have a second stream of revenue, not just my set hours, but why can't my company be a supplier? Or why can't I transition or retire out of this and move into something more business oriented and go back and serve the ecosystem that I'm very well familiar with? They know what's supposed to be on the invoices. They're familiar with pricing. They know the performance of products. Some craft people are some of the best people that could be entrepreneurs in this part of the ecosystem in the production world because they already know what's needed. They already know where they've been getting it from, so they've already got intel on who their competitors would be. And so that's another little, I call them e-biz pathways. So craft to company is one of the pathways that we serve. And I have quite a few of those clients. And then the corporate vehicles. This is very specific to production companies, even though it does sometimes apply to the craft to company that I just talked about. There's a dynamic that a lot of people don't always understand, especially emerging production companies, and how they set these vehicles up. And so we call them nested LLCs. So there could be a production company. Do you mind if I use your company? So Wendy is the principal at Auburn Avenue Films, but she may have a slate of 20 projects in the pipeline. Depending on what those projects are, those projects may be their own self-contained companies, especially if she's got partners on that specific project. But that doesn't mean those partners have a stake in Auburn Avenue Films. They just have a stake in the content or the intellectual property that's part of that nested LLC. Does that make sense? So that's quite common in the entertainment industry for every project to be its own company. LLC is usually the business entity of choice for a number of reasons. So a nested LLC, the project is nested into an LLC specific for that project, and then a parent company could have several of those up under their umbrella, or they just may have one every year depending on how big their productions are and how busy they are. Any questions on that before I move forward? Because this is where I want to make sure I don't lose you, so that as we jump into conversation and we're just chatting it up, I want to make sure you all are on the same page. Everybody good with that? So those are those 4 C's. Now another terminology that you might hear, which is really important, especially when we're talking about the e-biz pathway of vendors and suppliers. They're not necessarily creatives at all. They may just be people who do great business and they supply goods and services to production companies. This could be a transportation company, it could be an equipment rental company, a lighting rental company, a caterer. It could be any number of things that may or may not be creatives. They're definitely not on the production set to stay. They deliver goods and services and then they're done once they finish that piece of the supply chain that they're a part of. But how that looks depends on sometimes if you're serving an indie production or a studio film. And so I'm gonna break this down just in some really basic terms because there are nuances to this. But if you're thinking about large studios like Sony, help me out, Wendy. Pinewood, Universal.
Well, Universal.
Marvel,
Marvel.
Disney. their production budgets, especially for like Marvel, I mean, we've been shooting I live in Fayette County, about 5 minutes from Pinewood, and there's always activity over there. I believe Marvel and Disney leased from the beginning.
And they're one and the same now.
I'm sorry?
Marvel is owned by Disney.
Yes, yes. I believe they leased for 3 years out the gate, 3 or 4 years, because they knew they had several productions that they wanted to shoot there. So with that said, those budgets are usually $100 million or more. If you're supplying goods and services to budgets of that size, that could be quite a good thing for you. And we're going to show you some stats up here. If you're working with indie projects, which there are some indie projects that are pretty sizable too, that can be in the millions, but indie projects go all the way down the scale as well. If they're really green production companies and really small indie projects, it may or may not be a viable client for you to provide goods and services to them. But then if we're talking about a $10 million indie project, depending on what your goods and services are, that could be quite fitting for you and for this target market strategy that you might have. The idea is you have studios that a lot of them aren't here in Georgia. We know Disney is not, permanently headquartered here. You've got quite a few that are still, California is still home, New York is still home, but they shoot here quite frequently. They have studio-backed financing, studio-backed executives. They've got this pipeline that's kind of well-established, a well-oiled machine for the most part. So being able to get in on that kind of a supply chain can be quite fruitful for a small business. With the indie productions, you have to navigate that differently because you have fewer teams and large studio companies making the decision. And you've got smaller, filmmakers who are kind of wearing 2 and 3 hats sometimes. Or you might have a smaller group of investors that are above the line with your key creative team that are making all the decisions. When Jim talks, he'll be talking about unit production managers and line producers and how they make decisions on how the budget is going to look like in the first place, and then who they're going to spend the money with. Especially with the indie kind of projects or smaller budget projects, my recommendation is to get to know people like Jim. Like, I want to know who the Jim is on every project that I'm targeting, or who the group of Jims are. It could be, a team of you. It's important to know people like that. You might know the director, but if Jims are going to be making the decisions or influencing them, then we want to know. We want them to know who we are, and we want to engage with them and connect with them. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. So I talked about the pathways. Those are the 4 that we serve in the SBDC. Our largest pathway is suppliers and vendors. Those are the businesses that look more closely like what we've traditionally served. But then we do have these creatives. We have these attorneys who have law firms that are wanting to get into entertainment law or strengthen that part of their practice. CPA firms that are wanting to add production accounting, which is an entirely different animal from GAAP type accounting practices. Project to pipeline, those are usually creatives that are so focused on the project, and I need them to get a bigger macro view and be focused on the pipeline. I want to make sure that they've got a plan for revenue for the next 3 to 5 years for their firm, and not this one project that's become this baby, this passion project that's not producing revenue yet, or it's only producing a certain amount of revenue that we know is not sustainable beyond a 9-month window. I want them to be business people. So that's what we spend time with for that particular pathway. And then we talked about the craft to company. So those are the 4 pathways that I typically see that come through our office. And I didn't mention it earlier, my office is actually on the Clayton State University campus. We are the University of Georgia Small Business Development Center. It's a group of us, 16 offices, and some of the UGA centers are actually at partner schools or contract schools. So my school happens to be one of them. And most of the Metro Atlanta offices, Georgia State, Kennesaw State, they all have SBDCs. So I welcome you all to visit me there at Clayton State. If you fit one of these pathways and you want to take advantage of our consulting services and our educational services, there's no cost for our consulting. I sit down and do these business planning sessions, these financial planning sessions, strategic initiatives. That's at no cost to any people in any of these pathways. And for my clients who are established companies with their own offices, I spend quite a time in the field. I go to them because it's not always easy pulling 2-3 hours away from where you are. But if we can cut that travel time and I can meet you there or halfway, we do that as well. So that's part of when they were talking earlier this morning about SBDCs and SCORES. We're the partners who are the arms and legs of the SBA to deliver these extended value-created services for you. So there are 16 different offices throughout the state. So if you just happen to travel here from some faraway place in the outskirts of Georgia, there is an SBDC probably much closer to you than where I am. So definitely go to our website at Georgia, spelled out, sbdc.org, and you can see a full listing of all of the resource centers available in our network. This is just a chart that we can email to you if you would like it. That column on the far left, those are some very typical services that we lend to any business in the SBDC. The columns and rows that you see to the right have become more of what I see for my entertainment adjacent companies. Yes, they may need access to capital, but after they get funding and financing, they're still trying to figure out how to grow their companies with going from 2 employees to 5, from 5 to 10, from 10 to 25. That's a process. For those that are already at 10 and 15 and 25 experiencing growing pains, we do a lot of HR reassessment and training and development systems and apprenticeship models and leadership development for the executives who came in entry level 10 years ago. Now they're helping to run divisions. How do you get your team ready for what the new part and the new leg of the journey looks like? So we spend quite a bit of time of that. You heard them talking about social media earlier. What's the digital marketing strategy for us? Does it make sense? Is that even where our clients are? So you'll see a lot of marketing, a lot of organization, leadership development, branding stuff. The SBDC does provide services in those hard and soft skills that you will need as you kind of journey through this whole entrepreneurial process. Until we're talking about exiting and exit strategies for retirement or selling, most companies tend to run the gamut of this if they have long-term relationships with us. And long-term for us can be many, many years. I have clients who were clients of the SBDC before I came. And when they came on board with me, I just picked up on the leg of the journey that they were on at that time, and we grow together. So you're more than welcome to join our team and let us help you on your journey of growth. And so this is something that I promised you that I wanted to frame the conversation of dollars being spent in Georgia. That economic impact, the direct spend, is what we can actually calculate on the tax returns, on the deduction sheets, on the P&Ls. That's the direct spend. The economic impact is how it churns throughout the state. So if you've got people on payroll, that's direct spend, but did they move here? Are they paying taxes here? Are they eating here? Are they doing life, live, work, play here? So every time they're spending dollars, that's economic churn as a result of their employment with that production company, if that makes sense. So you see a little small gamut. I have 4 pages of Excel spreadsheets of just business opportunities and products and services that are routinely needed for film, television, music, and digital media. And I will say those 4 pages are heavy film. I could probably add 5 or 10 more pages if I just spent time going through the other parts of the ecosystem that I shared with you. But we're talking about car rentals, catering, dry cleaning, hardware, hair and makeup, special effects. But let's look at, these are some numbers that were published, I believe, in the Atlanta Business Chronicle a few months ago. This one to the far left, this was considered a small budget. It was a $6 million film. Do you see how much they spent on car rentals? $49,000. Lumber, $88,000. Anyone ever heard of a company in Tucker called Kofor Brothers? Kofor Brothers has beautifully carved a niche for providing lumber to production companies. And they really, really honed in on that right in the middle of a recession, when most companies like theirs were going under because the housing market was crashing or had crashed. but they were already kind of in the game, but someone had the foresight to pay attention to where their revenue streams were coming from by industry and client category. And they're featured on a short video that's about 5 minutes. If you go to georgia.org, on their homepage, if it hasn't moved, in the far right bottom corner, there's a little video box right there. You can watch that little video, and it's showcasing companies in Georgia. It's about 3 years old, so some of the numbers are a little bit off because I've already showed you what fiscal year 15 looks like. So some of the numbers are smaller than what we're actually doing now, but Cofer Brothers is featured there, and they tell you a little bit about their story. I would suspect that Cofer Brothers fulfilled quite a bit, if not all of that 88,000. I don't know that for a fact, but knowing that they are the preferred game in town in a lot of people's eyes who make those decisions. Would you agree, Jim?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna let Jim kind of go into detail about anything you want to
just using Cofer Brothers for example, Home Depot, they said, we sell wood as well.
Yes.
And they built an actual facility on Pinewood Studio. So now they're into that business, trying to compete as well as another vendor.
Yes.
In the area of hardware and lumber as well.
So if you put in context what Jim is saying, Home Depot is not a small business by any stretch of the imagination, but Cofer Brothers is a competitor for that particular item. That's awesome when a small business can create that kind of value in the marketplace, and that's what we're talking about, being able to match what you provide with opportunity. And timing is also that's a really important factor. You don't want to be too late in the game and the market is saturated, so pay attention to where the gaps are now. If you already know that there are certain gaps in the marketplace and you're primed and positioned to fill them, it's a great time to start developing a strategy on how to do that. Let's move to this second case study. This is a medium, what was deemed a medium production. It's called Need for Speed. $15 million production. Catering, $466,000. Would you all say that's a lot of money spent on that line item? Lumber, again, $285,000. Here's an interesting thing, though, that you see on all of them. You see that other? It's not defined here what that is, but that's another $2.8 million spent by that production somewhere. Hopefully it was Georgia companies, hopefully. But there's still quite a bit of revenue that we don't get to take advantage of, because if production companies have already had relationships in other states, which many of them have, they've got vendor relationships or supplier relationships in other states too. It's nothing for them sometimes to import that here, meaning they will bring the goods and services across the state line and pay for it there because they haven't identified the supplier or vendor here that they deem prepared enough to replace the relationships that they already have established. So there again, there may not be gaps that you can see with a surface, cursory view of what's going on, but find out where these suppliers are. If production companies are spending twice as much money than necessary sometimes because they're paying a lot in shipping or a lot in delivery, could you come in and create more value because you're right here? Nelson can tell you a little bit about that in a little bit, if you will. So let me do this last one here. This was Marvel's Ant-Man. You see the production budget. We would call that a large budget, $106 million. Lumber, $11 million. Wardrobe dry cleaning, $488,000. That's almost $500,000 on clothes and clothing-related services. Car rentals, $1.48 million. And you see that other, that 8.6. Now, what I do know about some of these productions, they're very heavy on special effects and post-production. And if you start to be part of the ongoing conversation, Georgia doesn't have a really strong post-production community yet. Wendy can talk to you a little bit about where and how that works. But if you're in the post-production game, I would say that's an area of opportunity to be paying attention to. Editing, audio, sound effects, color grading, all the kind of stuff that happens after the principal photography is done, they're spending millions and millions of dollars outside of the state of Georgia, quite frankly, on post-production. There will be a Wendy and I we're optimistic. There will soon be a post-production community here in Georgia that can handle these kind of productions. It's just a matter of who the players are gonna be and who's gonna be the first to market and be able to deliver the way they would get those goods and services in other places. And so this is just another little list. I won't go through it. And this is still partial. Payroll services, florists, electric and grip, recycling, waste management, security services, all of those are line items for a production, small, medium, and large. And this is those 4 pages of other stuff that I haven't even talked to y'all about. But I just wanted you all to see the landscape of what's going on right here in your backyard. Are you gonna be part of the game? Are you gonna be on the sidelines watching it? Are you even gonna have a position to play once this continues to grow? In 3 years, remember I told you those stats went from $3 billion in economic impact to 6, over 6. So definitely this is a growing industry. Me personally, I'm a champion for as many Georgia companies as possible being part of this ecosystem, benefiting not just from the revenue, but net profits. We want those financials to be strong, not just the money flowing through your company. We want you to be personally benefiting from it through wages and job creation and community revitalization. And when we have this conversation about community revitalization, which I'm gonna join the panel now, just kind of mosey on over and have a seat, I want them now each to tell you who they are, what they do, and I wanna talk about 1, maybe 2 very specific areas in Georgia, actually in Metro Atlanta, where there is significant opportunity right now. It's a matter of people seeing it, making the investment, and being on the front end of that wave. So we're gonna start here with Wendy, then Nelson, and then Jim.
Well, hello, my name is Wendy Ely Jackson. I'm one of the principals of Auburn Avenue Films. We are a service television and motion picture company. We have only been around as this particular company. I've actually run another company for over 15 years, but as things have changed and Georgia's grown, we've kind of retooled it, and in affection for the city of Atlanta, because I'm a native, we've affectionately called it Auburn Avenue Films. Currently, we are filming 1 documentary, which most people think documentaries are cheap, but this is about $1.5 million. Being presented by PBS, and we'll know by next week, in HBO, as an HBO doc. And then we've got about 7 other projects, 3 motion pictures and 4 television series that are in development, 2 with HBO and 1 with FX. But we'll talk about what development really is and how much I'm graying up under this well of hair color as a result of it.
And very briefly, tell them what your documentary is about.
We're doing a documentary on Atlanta's first African-American mayor, Maynard Jackson. And it's not the typical look that you can read in Wikipedia about Maynard. It is the man becoming the politician that created the game changer. And I have to just do this shameless plug. We found a video was posted to YouTube that on May 2nd, 1992, Maynard Jackson actually was the first person to start the Atlanta Motion Picture and Television Commission. So most people think this is new to Atlanta, but at that time in 1992, Georgia was making about $300 million in economic impact. What he was able to forecast, this is in 1992, mind you, he passed away in the year 2003. His statement was that Georgia would become the 3rd largest motion picture television state, and that he felt like it was an opportunity for economic growth, labor force. So all of this is being seen in 1992. And another reason why we're making this documentary is that he was a man that could see beyond the time that he lived. And those types of individuals are very, very different. My question, and I'm actually doing the Marion Barry story, which is a completely different story and it's scripted, but the trend that you will learn about Maynard was his first love was for God, his second was for his family, but he died building this city. So a lot of the reason, the love that you love, and if you're not from here, you'll learn through the documentary what drew you here was a vision that he started having in 1968 when he ran for Senate, and how he truly became a part of the fabric of the city to build every area for economic development, which is why we're all here.
And for those of you who don't know, our airport is named
Hartsfield-Jackson
after our Mayor Maynard Jackson. And the other principal for Auburn Avenue Film, she didn't tell you, is Maynard Jackson III, who's sitting down here
My
with
husband.
us. So it's wonderful when legacy and heritage can meet business opportunity as well. But for them, this is more of a labor of love because it's a documentary, which is going to be used, I'm sure, in a lot of educational settings. But for it to be part of the slate of projects for Auburn Avenue Films is quite impressive, quite impressive.
And I will say one of our huge mantras that we do collaborative storytelling. So this particular, it is a motion picture, it is a feature film, but we brought on a man by the name of Sam Pollard, whoever saw Slavery by Another Name or Spike Lee's When the Levees Broke, Four Little Girls, the election of Barack Obama for HBO. He's had more primetime Emmys for documentaries than anyone else, and so we're excited that he's actually telling this story.
Nelson's also featured in the Georgia Trend magazine for 2016, 2017, so I'm quite proud of his accomplishments and being one of our success stories. So pick up a copy of that if you don't have one. But he's going to give you some firsthand information now.
I'm living, breathing proof that you can be a goofball and still be a success. I have a small business, affectionately known as the Engineer Guy. And I was thinking about this as I was pulling into this building that 2003 got started. The way I used to tell people how to find us was that if you're on 14th Street and you go west and your brakes fail, you would hit our building. So this is really kind of home for me. And I'm very happy to be back in this area of town. We are almost 13 years old and we sell, as I put it, stuff. If you want to make a mold of something, if you need to make a plastic reproduction of something, you would come to us and you would buy those liquid plastics and those liquid rubbers, so on. And I got dragged, almost kicking and screaming, by a guy, this was 607, something like that, who was an indie film producer on a very small scale. If you zombie movie, Matt was the guy you'd go to, and can everybody hear me all right?
Out.
I must have gotten that microphone. Okay, is this better? All right, here we go. So Matt said something on the order of, man, you need to get in the movie industry. And I told him he was nuts. Why would I do that? But as it turns out, he was right. And our business grew and grew. We moved out of the building on the end of the street into 2,700 square feet over off Armour Drive. That lasted for 3 years. And then we moved down by the airport into 5,000 square feet. That lasted for maybe 5 years. And this past year, we moved into 15,000 square feet in basically the same, actually it is the same building. While we were still in 5,000 square feet, we got introduced to this stuff called makeup. And in this particular town, there's, I'm sure you see makeup places all over, but you don't see the places where you can buy the kind of materials that they use in the studio. And again, dragged, kicking. I mean, do I look like somebody who would sell makeup? No. But fortunately, there are much better looking people who work there than I. Thank goodness for that. But I got dragged into that kicking and screaming, and thank goodness they were correct. I identified what these people needed, and we started bringing it in. And today, we're very fortunate to be one of, I believe, a grand total of 3 in the United States, what are known as Kryolan Pro Zones. So we have got a veritable boatload of makeup in this place, and we're very, very happy to be in a supporting role for the industry. Our next big move is hair. So I know just as much about hair as I do makeup. But again, thank goodness we've got people. So it's working for us. I now have, I think I lost count, maybe 14 people working there. And our business is continuing to grow. Our biggest challenge is trying to keep up. And I'm sure we'll talk about that. But it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of headache. I would encourage you to get involved, but only if you're willing to give up sleep. There will be times. Anyway, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Tripp, and I'm a line producer, a UPM, a unit production manager, and a just production guy. And I started in this business some 40 years ago in radio, and as a result of that, they gave me my own dance show. I was the Don Cornelius of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I was in a PBS station at the time, WQED, and I said, hey, I like this television, what's going on here? So as a result of that, I got involved in the training program and became part of the Mr. Rogers lighting crew. Remember Mr. Rogers, right?
Sure.
So that was my first television job, working on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, along with Michael Keaton, who's Batman, And as a result of leaving Pittsburgh, I had got bitten by the sitcom bug, so I ventured out west, and I worked on shows like Moesha, Sinbad Show, Eve, and then ended up going back to Pittsburgh, started Warner Cable System there, then made another pit stop in Washington, D.C., WHMM, where I was in charge of production of the PBS station at Howard University. And then I went back to Los Angeles, started working on some other programs and other people like Bill Duke and Steve Harvey. And then Steve Harvey brought me here to Atlanta when he came here to start his radio show. And I was one of the producers within his production company. And I produced the Still Trippin' for him, his DVD. And then while being here in Atlanta, we did a show for BET, which was basically his radio show. And then BET says, well, if you stay here and move here, what we'll do is give you an opportunity to produce some of our shows. So working with BET, I produced a show called Let's Stay Together, and then several pilots for them. And then also being here in town, I'm the production manager for the Ricky Smiley Show. I worked on a number of other projects with Roger Bob at Bobcat Films. And then at some point within those 4 years of going back and forth, I made a decision to move here. So I've been living here now for about 4 years, being a transplant from all these other cities that I talked about to be a part of this booming industry. And the numbers keep changing. Earlier, Jennifer said, 6 million. Somebody told me it was like 7 billion. So I don't know, but it keeps growing is the point that I'm making. And I think that's why we're all here today.
Jim, can you talk to them a little bit about what a line producer and a unit production manager, what they do, and why small business owners need to be connected to people like you?
Okay, as a line producer and a UPM, depending on the budget, could be interchangeable, could be the same person. The larger the budget, the duties kind of like split, then there'll be a line producer as well as a UPM. But basically what the line producer does is manage the line item budget, the day-to-day operations of that particular project or show. And that person basically hires everyone except the cast, the writers, and the execs. So what a line producer will actually do is sit down and read a script and then break down a script and then determine whether we're going to shoot this on film, on tape, 4 cameras, 2 cameras, whether we're going to go on location, you know, or we're going to go ahead and do it in the studio, and those kind of things. And then in scripted programming, that's where you always say, you know, script is king, because, you know, everything is referenced in the script. It's day, it's night, it's raining, it's not raining. You know, she ran in the door, or she rode in on a horse. So then once you identify all these particulars in the script, which what a line producer then would do is go out and hire the various department heads, which are referred to like the keys. So for makeup, lighting, you know, the grip department, the wardrobe department, sound department, and what have you. And then once you get all these people together, then what you do is come to some sort of an agreement, which is basically time and money based on a budget. You come up with a budget and say, okay, to facilitate this vision that somebody wrote, what is it going to take for us to do that? How much time is it going to require? Can we get it done if we're doing a TV show? You know, what makes an episode? Can we get it done in a week? If we're doing a feature film, you know, is this a 15 or 20-day shoot? Do we shoot Monday through Fridays? But it may be based on us getting certain locations, you know, when the stores are closed or something like that. So now we may have to shoot Wednesday through Sundays. Then Monday, Tuesdays are like the off days or what have you. So, you know, the script usually kind of dictates what it is that we do. Then you assemble a group of people. And, you know, I always admit that I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. So what I want to do is gather all these people around me that are expertise in their areas, whether it's in lighting, you know, whether it's in wardrobe, transportation, and what have you. And then we all sit around and come up with a plan that we can all agree to and say, yes, we can do this on time and on budget. And then this is the game plan on doing that. And then that's when you get a production schedule, production design, budgets, and what have you.
So there are 2 things I want you to hit on, Jim. If you wouldn't mind, share the story with them about the security firm that you hired. It was a small business. He was giving them a shot.
Right.
You share that story, and then there's one more thing
So-
I'd like to ask you.
What it is, I knew this guy. He was just starting out his company, and I'm always trying to give, you know, somebody a chance or an opportunity to do something, you know. And I said, well, let's hire this one guy in his company. Then what happened was that particular morning, well, one of his guys didn't show up or something, so he had to do a double shift. So the executive producer, who was also the director, happened to come to the set, and he noticed the guy like sleeping. You know, and we had all these trucks out there, all this equipment out there and everything, and he just walks up to the guy. So he calls me and said, who's this dude? He's asleep. They could have stole the cameras, and the cameras are, you know, valued at $200,000-$300,000 and what have you. And then it was my job, after hiring somebody, now to fire somebody. When I'm trying to give you a chance or give you an opportunity, but you can't be sleeping on the job, you know? And especially having someone for me to be responsible for somebody else. And that's what happens in this business as a line producer, you know, or a production manager. You know, you want to give people chances and opportunities and what have you, but if you don't do your job, then we have a problem. You know, another situation similar to that, there was an executive producer. He was actually the manager of one of the stars of the show. He went to go get like something from the catering area, craft service area, and like the caterer went off on him. You can't have none of this, just for the crew. And she said that based on the way he looked. So he came to me and said, here, fire this person. She don't know who I am. And then it's your job to know who people are. You know, this person's on the set every day. But just because he looked a certain way, you know, you can't just take it upon yourself and deny this person some food where he felt that he was paying for anyway. You know, so, you know, you got to know your surroundings and know who you're actually working with, you know.
That's a great story. So we had a conversation a few weeks ago, and then we can all probably chime in on this, because now I'm going to start talking about specific opportunities that I've noticed in certain geographic territories with all the new sound stages popping up, and then some sound stages that have been there for a while. And let me just make a clarification point here. When we talk about sound stages, most of the sound stages in Georgia are not also production companies. So like a Tyler Perry Studios is an anomaly in terms of the rest of the production house, the sound stages in Georgia. Sound stages, think of them as like rental companies or leasing companies. They lease the facilities and amenities to production companies that create the content. Tyler Perry Studios happens to be one that they create the content and they have their own facilities. I think Triple Horse might be one other that's a similar setup, but like Pinewood, they don't make the movies. They lease their facilities out to other companies that do. Mailing Avenue, Eagle Rock, Screen Gems, those are sound stages. They do not do the content creation and the job creation along the lines of what we're talking about in our conversations. They're key in the ecosystem, but it's important for businesses and even people in the workforce to know the difference, because they tend to gravitate towards the name that they hear a lot, Screen Gems, Eagle Rock, not Tyler Perry Studios, but the ones that are just leasing, they would not be the go-to companies in the conversation that we're having. So with that said, we had a conversation about, weren't you part of the game, bringing the game to the East Coast from the West Coast? So that was a production that I believe Kelsey Grammer's company had for quite a while, and then it went off the air for a while, and then BET brought it back to life, and then it started shooting in Georgia and stayed here until it went off air.
Yeah, the game was one of the first shows to actually start shooting at Screen Gems. When we first came to town, we were looking to put the show like at Turner, but then the producers basically said, well, this isn't a studio-based show. We need to go to different locations and different other atmospheres and all to actually produce the vehicle. So then we went over to Screen Gems at the time, and Screen Gems was still boarded up, and there was like grass growing through the asphalt, and they hadn't even started any type of production. And they assured BET at the time that they can have this facility up and going like in 6-7 months, which they did. And then they went there and produced the game out of Screen Gems for like several seasons.
So here's the interesting thing about what we're talking about. He told you a little bit about what Screen Gems was looking like. For those of you native to the Atlanta area, you've been here long enough, Screen Gems is located in the old Lakewood, where they had the auction, I believe, that
Lakewood
part.
Fairgrounds.
So the amphitheater is on the opposite side, where they still have the music festivals and concerts and so forth. But behind there, if you all remember a long time ago, it used to look like an old kind of Latin village or something, almost like going to It's a Small World too. So if you confuse those two views, I remember being a little girl and it being closed most of the time. I'm born and raised in Atlanta. I don't really know.
It was an amusement park at one point too. They had a roller coaster there.
It had a heyday, but for over a decade, it was vacant. And so he's talking about the grass growing through the asphalt and that kind of thing. But Screen Gems is located, think of the anchors in that area. You've got Atlanta Metropolitan College, Atlanta Technical College, you've got I-75, I-85 in terms of some infrastructure. You do have a MARTA bus line. You've got a very old community, but Jim and I had a conversation about production budgets and how much money is spent outside of that community, because there's no Starbucks over there. There's no equipment rental company there. So if you think about if something happens on the set unexpectedly, how much downtime is there traveling somewhere far?
It's a lot.
Talk about that, Jim.
I worked out of Screen Gems for several years, and I had to bring additional people on board, like PAs or runners and what have you. For instance, our talent, will stay like in Buckhead, at the Intercon or something like that, where in turn that we have to then send transportation to pick them up and bring them to the set. But then if one of the producers, one of the writers, or one of the talent wanted something to eat, then I had to send a PA like to, Camp Creek, marketplace, to actually get food or something like that, because there was nothing in those available areas. Then when somebody yelled for, hey, I need a PA on the set to do something, I said, well, you know, they're down at, you know, Captain D's right now getting some food for somebody, you know, because there was nothing really in the immediate area. And so that's what happens when you have to start adding extra people to your crew. So for us to be working out at that particular facility, you know, we basically had runners, you know, and your job was to run, you know, and go get this lunch, that lunch, go pick this up at this place, go to Home Depot and get this and what have you, because there weren't a lot of things in those areas. But, you know, since then, you know, I don't know if you notice of all the construction, but they're building studios and stages all over town right now. You know, Shannon Mall, Doraville, there was a GM plant out there. You know, they're building up there 85, you know, Jimmy Carter and what have you. And they said if you build it, they will come. And it looks like the people are coming because there's production every day. Today's Tuesday. There are 12 productions being shot right now as we speak in the city. But, you know, but there's only 6 prop people here in town. And that's the one thing. Now what has happened, 4 or 5 years ago, it was okay based on the number of productions because there was only 2 or 3 productions at the time. But now when it's 10, 12, and eventually 15 and 20, you know, the shortage is people. It's going to be people, vendors, so it's about being in the people industry, you know, because there's not enough people now to deal with the supply and demand of all the work that is coming to town.
So if I were a supplier, knowing that I have certain goods and services that were transferable to this market, I would get a map and pinpoint where the key sound stages are. And I would drive through those neighborhoods and those communities and pay attention and spend time on those streets, which I actually do quite a bit in Southwest Atlanta, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But I would do that to see where the gaps are in the marketplace, how proximity can be saving money for production companies. Convenience saves money. Nelson, when I bring him into the conversation in a few seconds, I want you to share about the length that you go to for your customers, where proximity becomes almost the opposite of it. He'll talk about traveling cross state lines sometimes to be able to get something fast and bring it back to a production company. But you're not far from Screen Gems, not as far from Pinewood. You kind of have a nice south side proximity. So you definitely are on the scene, I know, with a lot of the film and TV activity that's going on. Talk about the centrality of your location, pros and cons of that, and how you adjust as a supplier.
Well, being that we're by the airport, depending upon traffic, we can be at just about any studio well within the hour. Okay. Of course, with the exception being like 4 o'clock in the afternoon when you can't get across the street in an hour. But at any rate, our location was chosen because of the ease that we were able to get wherever we needed to be. And this was even pre-movie. It's just so simple to be able to jump on the freeway. We are only 10 minutes south of Lakewood. We are about 35 minutes from Fayetteville's Pinewood. And as these new studios come online, so far, the one that's the furthest away that we are currently serving remains Pinewood. Everything else is actually closer than that. So that works out pretty well. The thing about it, and when I know we're going to end up talking great length about this, what will separate one company from the next is its ability to come through on what they say they will do. Okay? And so when we say that this is within, this is in our wheelhouse, then it's on us to perform. And fortunately, in most cases, we're able to do that. When we say that we can deliver, we can generally deliver, but just like anybody else, you're going to make a mistake, okay? And when you make a mistake, it's what you do with it. And You suggested that we could drive across state lines sometimes to acquire important goods for productions. I don't always tell the production what it is that I'm doing in order to make this happen, because that doesn't matter. All that matters is that they got it when they needed it, okay? So, you know, how you get there, irrelevant. Just get there, okay? But the big takeaway from that, and again, I know we're going to harp on this, is that this is an industry that is largely comprised of people who count on you to do what you say you are going to do, because they have these things called schedules. And Jim, you can speak to this at far greater length than I, but what does a day's delay cost?
Thousands of dollars. Just to share with you, just to piggyback on your story.
Mike works, mine doesn't.
It came to, and it flashed in my mind. We said that we were building a stage, an actual, stage in a warehouse, and it was supposed to be ready at a certain date and a certain time. And part of the stage was being, these products called like cheese burls, which are like couplings, to put the pipe and all that together. And the person didn't care about there were no more cheese burls in town or what have you, and I used them all up and borrowed them from every other show that was shooting. I contracted a guy from Dallas, Texas, to drive nonstop all night to have these cheese burls in here so I could finish a stage, because I told him it would be ready by Friday, 9 a.m. But he didn't know that. And, he probably still doesn't know it. But the mere fact was you had to promise to get the job done. And it's like whatever it takes at that point. So you got to be on time. You got to be professional, but you got to get the job done. And there's a lot of different variables in there.
And what Nelson and Jim really are speaking to is operational tweaks on the fly, being nimble, being innovative, and not being stuck in a mold and in a model that has worked for your company for the last 10 years. If you're wanting to serve, an entertainment-related market, creating value for them means delivering whatever it takes. Being open at 3 a.m. when your doors normally close at 9 p.m. I use the example quite frequently. If someone's shooting a Civil War scene and they've been shooting battle shots all day or all evening, and call time is 8 a.m. the next morning to start back, but maybe they're shooting out of sequence and the uniforms need to be clean, some dry cleaner is gonna have to be working around the clock, or dry cleaners, to get these costumes back in the condition where it would look like for call time the next morning for whatever scene that they're shooting, where we don't want mud and blood and rips. We need it to look like they just got dressed that day for the morning. That's an example of a dry cleaner who would have to have a different operational strategy than the one they would serve in the neighborhood, open 8 to 5 or something like that. I want to shift gears a little bit because we're about to close out this particular session. This small business opportunities in film and entertainment is usually like a 3 to 4 hour program where we actually can really get into the nitty gritty of it, and it feeds another program called Becoming a Camera Ready Vendor that I created for the SBDC a couple years ago. We're scratching the surface, but once we start talking about what does a line producer or UPM look for in vendors, how do they create their preferred vendor list? What does that mean to be on one? Does a certification matter or not? How do you network and build relationships with these people? How do you need to staff? Do you need dedicated people in your firm who only do studio accounts? We get into a whole lot more. We're scratching the surface about what could be. But once we know what could be and what we're going after in terms of journey management, that's when the SBDC can partner with you to help you kind of map out some of those moving pieces. Both Nelson and Wendy are graduates of an executive development and business development program that we have for growth called Growth Smart. And what I would like for them to do is to take the last 5 minutes or so of the session and talk about their experience with Growth Smart. Particularly, Wendy is kind of both creative and business person because of the nature of her company. Nelson has already told you his company is called the Engineer Guy. So you get an idea. He doesn't consider himself a creative. He's a businessman at heart, but he's working in creative environments. So you took Grow Smart back in 2012. You took Grow Smart last summer, 2015. So I'd like for them to talk about the time that they took to work on their businesses, not just in it, but on their businesses, and how they maintain that discipline moving forward and take advantage of SBDC services. So let's start with Wendy, and then we'll close with Nelson.
I was introduced, of course, through Judifier, and I had run a company prior to that for about 16 years. I started off with Sony Studios, but as an entrepreneur, I'd run my own business for about 16 years and saw huge successes. But during the recession, I saw huge losses and did not really understand how to recover, how to retool, what were the benchmarks I needed to be seeing. But what SBDC was able to do is help me to understand that I did not have a plan. I may thought I have, but one of the great things that you learn through SBDC and building businesses the correct way is that you go from being being self-employed to really being a business owner. And it's kind of like McDonald's. McDonald's doesn't work because it's the best burger in the world. McDonald's works because it creates a system. And SBDC helps you to create that system for your business and allows you to structure it. So no matter what happens, and 15 years ago with my film company, now I'm in the position I can actually sell my business to someone else to be able to acquire it, because I understand what do core values mean? You hear corporations talk about that all the time. How do I go from a 1% increase to a 4%? What happens when I see my business plateau? How do I get it out of that plateau? What are the importances of marketing and PR and human resources and making sure you have the correct staff? So SBDC has allowed, and I need to share this with you, allowed us to kind of grow from, and remember, Auburn Avenue Films grew from January of last year to where we are now, over $100,000. Excel I took the program in August to move it really fast, but it allows me to go back and forth between building. We're concentrating on not just creating content, but now being in the game as a studio provider of space, because that's all Screen Gems. It's a huge warehouse and production offices and things of that nature. But without being able to, if I didn't have that infrastructure in terms of business, because I went to college, but I don't have an MBA like this one over here, but it gave me Finance 101 through 401 really, really quickly. It's very intense, they last all day, but I can't say that I understand now, I'm at peace of how to take my company from where I am now to a guaranteed retirement.
And just to piggyback real quick before Nelson starts to talk, I remember being a business owner for 10 years before I went and got my MBA. In my mind, I thought my MBA would prepare me to be a better business owner, a better small business owner. And it wasn't clear to me at the time of enrollment that MBAs, we're doing case studies and we're studying a whole lot more of corporate structuring and operations. We're not really talking about small business development in MBA programs. I remember the conversation when one of my peers asked one day, what's a D&B number? And I remember the professor kind of stumbling over it, and I thought, okay, I get it now. That's why I'm still struggling with a few things, because everything wasn't easily transferable from big business to small. I did learn strategy, though. I learned strategy. While I was at Georgia State's PMBA program, I heard about the SBDC. Several years later is when I came to work for the SBDC. But I will tell you, Grow Smart is the program I wished I had.
Absolutely.
When I started my first salon, my first publishing company, my second salon, when I did a merger and my business partner and I weren't really clear on what a merger needed to look like. And then when the divestment started happening, because we realized we weren't culturally a good fit. Her firm wasn't running like my firm. Her leadership style wasn't like mine. I learned to appreciate things in context as we became facilitators of Grow Smart and consultants, which is actually where I met Nelson, my first day on the job with the SBDC was one of the last sessions of his Grow Smart program. I think it was session 4 out of 5. And so we spent 2 great weeks together, and then we kind of just never parted. We became business,
Yeah, at the
strategic
hip.
business soulmates. Would you call it that, Nelson?
Joined at the hip.
We are joined at the hip. He's taught me so much in terms of being a better consultant and helping his company grow. And I won't give you the whole spoiler of his success story in Georgia Trend, but I think you were at 1 point something million when we met. And then you did what, 3 point something last year, 3.9, 3.1?
I don't remember which 1 point it was, but it was
wa-
either
it-
1.2, 1.7,
Right.
then it
That
was
was in like a
2.2,
2 to 3 year
2.6.
period. He started almost doubling, and I won't share all your story, but when he came up to me at Eagle Rock, we did an event at Eagle Rock Studios a few weeks ago, and he gave me his milestone for the first quarter 2016. I would just say he was knocking out in 1 quarter what used to take a year. I'm like your biggest fan. Well, you know, I kind of pat myself on the back a little bit, but we work well together. We work well together. Jim and I work well together because we have decided to co-craft this journey together, and the accountability that I'm able to give to them, I get my reward seeing them succeed and seeing them apply these strategies and grow. And just take a few minutes in closing to talk about Grow
I
Smart.
do not need to talk about Grow Smart. I really do not, because you folks have done it justice.
We did it.
But I want to put the little foundation underneath Grow Smart. How many folks in this room consider yourselves to be entrepreneurs? Okay, so if you raise your hand, chances are good you've got this crazy idea that you want to work for yourself. Okay, do you have another crazy idea that says somewhere up here that someday you want to hire people? Don't. I'm kidding. No. No, but here's the thing. Don't for a second ever stop learning. Okay? That's the big thing here, because you can get buried. I don't care what business it is. You can get buried in it. It happens to me. I get on the forklift and I just disappear. I'm a very happy person on a forklift, okay? Because I don't have to think about all the other stuff. But that's how you get trapped, okay? Don't do that. You have to have a plan, all right? And you have to work the plan. All the while, if you want to play in this movie business, you're going to have to be nimble. See, it's kind of weird, but you have to do it both ways. But this is the big thing. Between the SBDC and the other organizations that you've heard about just today, you've got a team of people who can help you get where you need to go.
For free.
For free.
But I do give homework.
Yes,
All
she
of the
does.
consultants do, so
And I'm
be
late.
ready.
And that's all I have to say about it.
I have just are there any content creators in here, people that want to create content? Okay. I want to just make sure I get you guys cards, because there's something that you have to realize. We've been talking about Georgia labor force, and if you're on that content creative side, you have to join me in my bi-coastal ways, and you have to understand that those decisions, when they get to him, the decisions of what they want to do have already been made. But that's not made here. That's made in Los Angeles or New York.
But in closing, I would like to say that the YouTube video that she talked about is still online, about Maynard Jackson predicting that we'd be number 3 in the market. Georgia is number 3 in the market. We have been for quite some time. So for those of you in business, I invite you to come visit us at the SBDC. If there are some specific projects or areas of improvement that you would like us to partner with you on, we'd be more than happy to serve you. I'm at the Clayton State office. I do have cards and brochures about all of our offices, so I'll give you that if you would like that before you leave today. And again, thank you for joining us. We've enjoyed being with you. I have one question right here. Yes. Okay. Content, yeah.
Well, right, so there is, because of all of the, Judithia talked about platforms, there's so many platforms, and those platforms need content. I'll give you an example. BET is not a 24-hour network, all right? That means they have paid programming. There's a guy named Robert Rosenheim that fills in, especially on Sundays, religious programming. Remember how you can wake up and you can see like Lifetime, they have paid programs. That means they don't have programming around the clock. But there's so many vehicles now that they're looking for content. Here's, I served as and I'm serving on 2 film festivals now, but here's the thing I'm here to tell you, as a person that started off as an executive assistant to the executive vice president of Sony to being vice president of movies and miniseries for Sony, there's a lot of bad content. Okay, so the best thing for you content creators, and we can talk about this a little bit when we, as a sidebar conversation, is make sure you understand story and structure and things, and because that helps to develop budgets. We're doing something now that's a period piece for 1921, so that will drive. If I were to hand that script over to him, he's got to say, I've got to take this all the way back into 1921. That's costuming, that's cars, that's signs, that's everything.
What you have just uncovered is the need for another class.
There's another class.
Jim and Wendy. I think that would be an awesome class on budgeting and script development, or based on the script, what the budget looks like, that kind of thing. And even the network, we talked about a distribution class being in the works. So we have more to come for you. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Stay connected with us on georgiasbdc.org. That's GEORGIA, and then the letters sbdc.org. Over the next few weeks, we'll be adding more training and development programs. So connect with us at any time. We'd love to see you and have you in our audience. Thank you.
Thank you.